That's gonna happen to you 100% as an electro ball takes down the side of that Bulbasaur, but they return the favor and take down that Glossopor.
That's a sure hit. No skill required for that one. Just target, point, and click. Good job all the time. And Tech was struggling, especially at the beginning of the game, but that the quad kill is exactly what the doctor ordered. As we're seeing another team fight actually going in, a couple of trampolines are going to be continuing to knock everybody up to the side. They kill the Cinderace, they kill the Garchomp.
It was absolutely amazing. Definitely did a lot of work. Solo probably going to go down here against Abito. Abito is trying to work hard as a Blissey Unite comes through. Can they get the kill on Dispensa? And it looks like yes they do, as Gardevoir gets a double kill off of that.
And they are so good
with their Psyshock.
A tremendous amount of zoning from that Clefable. He was able to go in, gravity, and all of our orange team was not able to really get effectively in on the objective, and they're able to secure it pretty handily. We're seeing here that this bottom objective only
Skunkle 69 with the secure on the Registeel, which again, one of the best buffs you can get from the bot lane here. And it looks like they're going to be pushing this goal. Right now, Lucario going through the jungle, taking the jungle of Team Aura Esports. And they are pushing this goal very hard. It's 2v5.
But it just gets destroyed as Chunty's getting that huge Unite Blissey ult, and it gets everything. And there goes the Garchomp Unite as well, as they just cleaned up. Hashtag Team Drip for all three players that were up there.
They do a little
is zoning out the Dodrio. However, Bloomer chased into a corner, pinched between both sides of their team. Big ult from the Snorlax UET right there, but unfortunately it's not enough to keep him alive. Dark War is going to take this team fight here and take the Registeel. Registeel's
only a 4 break. I want to say it was only an overcap of 4 for all that work. All they had was an overcap of 4, and that is not good, as there is 1 kill, and then here goes another double kill by Dispensa. Mistake again. He's like, I'm gonna fight you on your pad, and I'm gonna kill you, as I have Skipzo right behind him with my arrows, but he does go down as Reza comes in, and so does Roy McBean, as that is a 3-man down for the side of hashtag Team Drip.
Yeah, they seem to be sick and tired.
Team Unsung Heroes, and they just come out of nowhere and they wipe him. It looks like that E-Speed Lucario just absolutely doing huge damage here with a 3 KO streak. He's trying to go for the Penta. Can he get the Penta? No, the Eldegoss steals it from him. And they go ahead and a ton of support here, but they are healing off of the base. They're going to go ahead and retreat a little bit while this top lane fight goes down for the Regieleki. And a big gravity comes out from the Clefable, stopping the Lucario E-Speed, but the Lucario uses its Unite move and takes out 2 right there. A huge KO.
As Crustle goes down, as the Mixed Mads got a double kill. Go ahead and follow them for a second, as we're going to go ahead and record that. It's not going to let me. Wonderful.
Being too. Just securing everything that goes in their way. So when you have stored power and future sight, you're sacrificing a lot of the last hitting that Espeon is really good at, as we're seeing it right now. Just securing every type of Pokemon and
like
just
what they're trying to do, like what they're trying to change. It's just I don't really understand the pick, as Pikachu goes down, and I expect the Crustle to go down as well, as Mamoswine got a double kill.
Yeah, it's definitely important to get that Piloswine going.
Unite move from Real Joss right there, but a counter Unite move from Get Yoshi right near that goal, trying to get the last minute picks. And Get Yoshi is moving away from that Tyranitar. He gets out with 1 HP left. Bridget trying to base, going down to the opening to the back line, but decides he's gonna. There comes the opening. There comes the opening. He's gonna pressure on the Decidueye. No, he comes back into the fight, and it looks like Get Yoshi with a big Unite move. Get Yoshi goes down. Real Jess takes out 2 of Dark Aura. A fight breaking down in the bot lane. It looks like they are just going to rip this while Yoshi's trying to get his Unite move, and he does get his Unite move. Huge damage going on to Bridget, and Bridget goes down. The Registeel is healing as the fight's going on, but Rat Cube goes down by huge Scald. Palmer following up on Get Yoshi. Huge Scald in a
Quadra. Let's see what's going to happen now. Zayon trying his best and not going to be able to hit that Penta, but this is the problem. Team Drip finds those engages and just floors it whenever they have the opportunity. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Yeah, baby.
Doing a really good job too, trying to get those engagements, but the team fight is actually a little lackluster on that one side. Now Tech actually doing a good job, returning the favor on the side of Tech too. Oh my God, kills left and right. Nobody.
Ult's coming out everywhere. The Venusaur Unite is absolutely huge. Is able to hit most of Team Aura Esports, and we're starting to see Team Esports players go down. We've got the Glaceon and the Wigglytuff down. Huge block from Snorlax here. The Cinderace is just absolutely cleaning up at this point. Just A-pressing.
That's gonna happen to you 100% as an Electro Ball takes down the side. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining in on the Pokemon Unite Coronation League. I am proudly to announce that I have some new overlays. I have some exciting new stuff for today as well. Games will start up here in the next 5 minutes. We have a total of 4 games today, one being a makeup from last week, and that's going to be at the end of the night. There's going to be multiple verses that we're going to be having today. Some really, really good fun matches, as long as some good competitive matches as well. So I'm very excited for all the matches today, and I'm going to be solo. You're going to be having my face and my baby face right now. I had to shave because of work. But yeah, so with that said, I'm very excited, very, very excited to start getting this going, and getting this going we will, as we have Super Squirtle Squad versus Elite Force. One thing to note here is Super Squirtle Squad being 0-5, EXP Elite Force being 0-4. EXP Elite Force will be having their 5th game from last week tonight at the end of the night, so that will be that's one reason why they are 0-4 and the other team is 0-5. Right now, I gave the Super Squirtle Squad the option to go ahead and ban and pick first, or you know, do their picks and bans whichever way they would like, if they like to go first or second. They opted to go ahead and chose first. I gave them that because Elite Force did not play their game from last week, as they were playing it tonight. So I kind of stepped in because you don't know if Elite Force would have won or whatnot. So there was kind of like some controversy between that for myself. So I went ahead and took the initiative and put Super Squirtle Squad as they are going to go ahead and choose and opt to go into first. So with that said, again, I did change out a lot of things, as we have a lot of things that are being updated and stuff like that, as far as the versus screens as well, being a little bit animated. The next thing I'm going to be doing is animating the actual logos, which is going to be kind of exciting to see and exciting to do as well. With that said, I do really, really want to say these two are going to be duking it out today and going to have really, really a lot of fun. The next set we have is Team Rocketo versus Wasted Potential. That's also going to be another great match, along with War Legion versus Magikarp Clan. And then we will have Elite Force versus Team Rocketo tonight, which is why they opted to do it tonight, because they're both playing tonight. So the one thing, let's go ahead and go into standings, as I'm going to be showing some things. War Legion being 4-1, Wasted Potential being 3-2, Team Aura Esports being 1-4, Unsung Heroes being 2-3, Magikarp Clan being 1-4, and Elite Force being 0-4. Again, they will be 0-4 until they finish their matches tonight, as all the games will be updated for the weekend. Sorry about yesterday as well. We'll get more into that later on in the day. Rayquaza, the side of Rayquaza, hashtag Team Drip being 4-1. Jungle Griefers taking out Dark Aura last night, so they are going to move up to 6-0. No, not Jungle Griefers. Ikigai no Sakurugi being 6-0. I think Jungle Griefers also got their win yesterday as well, so they are also 6-0. So those two are still going to be 6-0, as Dark Aura fell to 4-2. Super Squirtle Squad being 0-5, and Team Rocketo being 1-3, and they will be playing tonight again. So with this, very, very you know, going to be exciting to see as far as the games going on today. Just gonna go ahead and double check with the captains here. So with that, definitely gonna go ahead and delete this, as that is a absolute no go. How do I? Thank you, Get Yoshi. So with that, I am gratefully to say thank you guys very much for yesterday. I got a lot of messages asking why we weren't live yesterday. We had a couple of issues as far as trying to get things going and trying to get things going in the right way. So with that, I'm very, very sorry that we were not live yesterday. I ended up having to work. We had a backup plan, but they ended up running into technical difficulties themselves. So we're hoping to have that fixed for later down the future. I'm also hoping not to have to work on the nights that I have my leagues as well. So definitely going to be working on that. Biggest thing to note here is going into the playoffs. I changed up the playoff bracket. We did have a different bracket set, but it's been come to my attention that the two sides aren't as balanced as we would have thought, but I wouldn't have known. This is season 1, you know, so each week, each time, we're always trying to get that how can I put it, upgrade, as far as trying to balance out the way that the league works. We are still going to be using the number 1 seed on the standings of Zapdos and the number 1 seed on the standing of Rayquaza, so that will not change. The only other thing that would change is the seeding on backwards. It's gonna be a fun little way on how that works. I've gotten a little idea from Chopper, which is our other casters for the days. So I'm very, very excited to see how that works and how that goes on, as we will have a top 4 after that week. The following week, I think I might have the finals on that Saturday, to where it still keeps it to the 2 weeks of the tournament bracket play. So with that, I'm kind of hoping that that's how things work out. When we get closer and I start having a little bit better dates as far as what we're going to be doing, I'll be sending that out to the captains and making sure that, you know, everybody's okay with the Saturday. With that being said, let's go ahead and try to get into these picks and bans of game number 1 for Super Squirtle Squad versus the EXP Elite Four. Again, I am by myself, so please bear with me. So I'm gonna be trying to, like, basically do a lot of things together, and getting a lot of things laid out, set out. With that, I again am very happy of all the support that I had yesterday, asking me, you know, hey, is everything okay? Is this okay? Are you guys doing okay? Is stream okay? Are you okay? So I'm like I said, I'm very happy from you guys as far as helping me out. With that, let's just waiting on confirmation about the picks and bans, waiting for them to start up the timer as well, and getting that timer fixed out for themselves, as I'm going to go ahead and start trying to get the lobby together as well. With that, I know I keep saying as well and a bunch of other things because I'm kind of rambling a little bit. We're gonna try to get a lot of things so I can do it myself. But yeah, we have a bunch of things that we have set up now. As far as animations, I'm excited for y'all to see about the Unite animations that I have, as well as far as when you guys are watching the games. Live instant replay is also on. I'm gonna try my best to try to capture each and every great moment that we have in the league today as well. We will not have a what's it called? A player of the week this week due to missing yesterday's games, unfortunately. That's kind of like a little bit of what I've kind of been deciding since of yesterday. So I'm hoping that we don't run into any more issues as far as that, but you know, you can't always beg and rely on internet, so it is what it is. Hold on 1 second, chat. Just trying to get this. And why did that pop up? Okay. All right. I'm hoping that they start picks and bans here pretty soon. I do appreciate it. Rhino is pretty. Yo, Coiny, I love you. Real Jess, I really do appreciate that. I do. I really, really do. I do appreciate every single one of y'all watching and every single one of y'all doing things. So it's amazing to put this together, and a lot of this so I can't like stress that enough on how much fun I've been having with making this league and making this happen. Everything that I've kind of dreamed of since this has been announced. I'm surprised I didn't start it before. I feel like I should have. We would have been in like season like 6 by now, I think. So I'm kind of like very, very happy as far as things, what they're going and what they're doing. And I just hope they implement this ban system in the game, because from what I've seen is they are very, very like this picks and ban system. I feel like it's what's needed. I think one ban is just not enough, in my opinion. I think there's enough Pokemon in the game, and then they're adding like 5 Pokemon like back to back to back to back. So why they don't do this, I have no idea. They're gonna be We're gonna be having like 3 or 4 defenders on the field, you know, if they don't do this. So it's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, they don't have to copy the way that we do it. I just would love to see 3 bans, period, if not 4, with the way that how many Pokemon are coming in. So I'm, like I said, I'm hoping, and I'm hoping that we get this started. So. But yeah, with that said, again, the way we have our match today is Super Squirtle Squad versus EXP Elite Force. 0-5 on the Super Squirtle Squad side, 0-4 on the Elite Force. Again, they are 0-4 due to the fact of last week's games. They are making it up tonight against Team Rocketo. Gonna be interesting. I gave Super Squirtle Squad the option to choose that they would like to picks and ban first. So that is due to the fact that we don't know if EXP Elite Force was going to win or not. So with that, I stepped in and was like, like I needed to. I feel like I needed to step in for that and try to like make an executive decision of it because so I kind of just made it easier on myself and stuff like that. So looks like they're going to start getting into the picks and bans and picks that I would like to see is Hoopa definitely being a big pick, possibly a good ban as well. Urshifu probably should just be banned, period. So is Clefable. I feel like Clefable is a good ban, possibly a good not Clefable. What's the other one? Crud, I should say. I'm trying to also, by the way, myself. I feel like Chopper should be able to too. I'm trying to also get my way up into the UCS caster abilities. So I've been working really, really hard as far as that goes, and we're going to go ahead and get into the picks and bans of game number 1, Super Squirtle Squad versus the EXP Elite Force, and we have right up the bat an Urshifu ban. That is obviously a number 1 ban. Gardevoir being banned on the side of EXP Elite 4. Good bans overall so far. Gardevoir being banned, that's definitely a target ban. So is this Greninja ban as well. Very, very targeting bans, and that's going to be interesting on that side. It looks like these guys are picking and banning pretty quick. They're not using the timer, which is okay. T-Tar being banned, so no Protector President as far as for the side of EXP Elite 4 as they have been doing. Blissey being your number 1 pick on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Super excited to see that along with possibly I say with Clefable. Yeah, Clefable being picked here. So I would probably they've been very high on the Eldegoss, but as they get the Snorlax, very big 2 picks right there. As I expected them to actually grab the Eldegoss, as they've been like kind of picking that as their top 2 picks. Mamoswine being picked on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. I see them possibly getting their all-rounder, if not a Delphox here. I think Delphox is probably a really good pick as they get the Mew. Mew being a good pick here as well for the Super Squirtle Squad. I expect EXP Elite 4 to get the Delphox. If not, they should ban it themselves as they grab the Delphox. See, I'm not writing the script, folks. I'm just seeing it as I see it. Here, I would ban possibly a target all-rounder, Lucario probably being a good one. As they banned Decidueye, I'm very happy from the side of actually being the bans on the side of EXP Elite 4. This is very interesting to see as Decidueye being banned here. I'm kind of, interesting. Comfey is banned for the week. Comfey isn't available until next week as we are giving all because some people don't pay for the game, so we have that being on waited for later on. Venusaur being picked on the side of Super Squirtle Squad, which is very interesting for the ban as they get Cinderace for EXP Elite 4. Strong start for EXP. Not gonna lie, big change as far as them having the gameplay from that, to be honest, because like this is a whole new picks and bans for the side of EXP Elite 4. I'm not gonna lie. So it's kind of weird to see the picks from the side of EXP Elite 4 along with the bans. This is definitely so Chopper is playing for EXP Elite 4. He has been on their roster since day 1. So he is being eligible to play with them today. Just due to the fact that they had multiple players again that are sick. So I was like, no, I really need y'all to play y'all's games. Can't, make it go back any further. As Buzzwole is being picked for the side of Super Squirtle Squad, along with Gengar. Gengar being interesting here. I would see something more or less for the EXP. Yeah, being Machamp. Probably being able to stun that Gengar in the middle of its little ways here. So just kind of Kind of interesting to see that, as I'm trying to get them into the lobby right now. But yeah, that's an interesting picks and bans for the side of both. Super Squirtle Squad being on the side. That Buzzwole pick, I'm not very weirded out from that because of the fact that there's so much mobility on the side of EXP Elite Four. Buzzwole's so slow. You miss one of those little leaps in, you're kind of screwed. From the side of Super Squirtle Squad, I mean, they all have to be up in front, so that Machamp pick is definitely good. Yeah, I get Yoshi saying no Hoopa. I'm surprised we didn't see a Hoopa. But I mean, I think with Blissey and Clefable being there already, I don't think we see the Hoopa. Just because Clefable and Blissey being the top two pretty much supporters already. I think Hoopa's a little bit behind that. Not too far, obviously. If one of those are banned, definitely probably would see Hoopa, to be honest. I would say at least. I'm kind of confused a little bit, but I kind of see why Hoopa wasn't banned, or picked, I should say, just because of the Blissey Clefable. Again, you guys that are talking, 2 minutes behind, so I'm talking to you guys right now. The 3 attacker ban, I'm actually very happy about the 3 attacker ban due to they've been very strong on that side about their attackers. They forced them into a Gengar as they took Cinderace and Delphox for themselves. So that was a big target bans for the side of EXP Elite Four, and I like it. I really like that target ban. For the side of Super Squirtle Squad, they definitely did their homework as well, banning the Urshifu, banning the T-Tar. So I'm not mad. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not mad for either side. I'm actually, this Delphox is gonna hurt this Buzzwole. It's gonna hurt this Mamo. It's gonna hurt this Blissey. So this is gonna be interesting. Definitely gonna be interesting. As we are just waiting for them to get into the lobby, waiting for one more player, and then ready when they are. Last person is in, so as soon as they say we are ready, we're going to go ahead and get into game number 1. Super Squirtle Squad versus EXP Elite Force. I can't help but say thank you guys, everybody in the chat right now. You guys have been absolutely amazing as far as the past couple of days as well. Just asking, hey, are we gonna be live? I'm like, I really want to be live. Trust me, I did. Like I said, I was working, so adult things are definitely there. So ready when they are. It looks like they are getting in and they are getting up. And yeah. We're just waiting on them. Now just waiting on the side of Elite Force to say when they are ready. Yeah, these are definitely interesting. So we're gonna go ahead and start it up. We're gonna get into game number 1. Game number 1. Super Squirtle Squad versus Elite Force, and yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle. I don't know why I am even up there right now. Thank you game for showing me my face. The charm being on that Blissey having the EXP with kind of interesting to see Energy Amp on a Blissey, but I like it. Also Sir Draco having the EXP as well. Doesn't look like anything special that's not wrong on either side. Looks like they're all kind of just the same. Rob's having actually Energy Amp on the Machamp. That's kind of interesting. not gonna lie. So, But yeah, Gengar. I think this is the second time we've seen Gengar played from Super Squirtle Squad. Last time that they played it wasn't actually that bad, so very interesting to see, to say the least. As we're gonna go ahead and pay attention to this Gengar as it is on the Season 2 skin. Absolutely love that skin. I'm not gonna lie. As Lechonk coming over here just to kind of help out. It doesn't matter who gets the last hit there. He has the EXP share. It gives it 2 fun no kill anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I feel like he could have possibly walked just a little bit more, if not helped it out. Just, you know, you would have been a second ahead. They're really been paying attention to a lot of like the top teams, as we have some fight up top. Renex was up against the Snorlax and the Cinderace being a lane, and that is for Chopper. Chopper being on the Cinderace for a lane. That's gonna be kind of interesting to see. Good little secures there, not letting them stack possibly. Ooh, gets a little stun and gets that away. As the Delphox is coming up from Galactic, and that could be a little bit of a problem for Renex, as it is a 4-man top for the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Swinub goes down for the first time of the game, as kill goes to the side of the Delphox. Still a 4-man top, and this is going to look like it's going to be a might-be good push. That is a missed Icicles, and the Blissey is a safeguard Blissey, as they are just dominating this top, as that is a double kill already for this Gengar, and it looks like it's trying to overstay. It could possibly get this, as it is another kill for the side of Super Squirtle Squad. And they are now up 40, 56, 57 to 4 for the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Loving that 4-man gank every single time they do it, and it is amazing, as Saucy is about to go down to this Machamp being a huge... Oh, the Blissey is down bottom, but that is a massive pickup. Gets the full heal, and he just submisses away. It is a submissive Machamp, by the way. As we are getting into the 8-minute Swablues, nobody from the side of Super Squirtle Squad is there, as they were a little overpushed. They had to go back and reset. And this looks like it might be a 4-man top gank again, as this is a 4-on-3 battle again. Can the Delphox actually make something happen here? And the Snorlax goes down already, and this is already a full-on donkey boost, as it is 84 to 48, 14 points more goes in, 10 points left on that side, 9 points down. Can they break this node right away to start pushing this, as Mew oversteps and does everything, as the rest of the squad, huge gravity goes down, starts catching one, might catch another. Galactic being level 8 already. Could possibly see a Unite here. No, they do not. Huge, as 100 points are already on the side of Super Squirtle Squad, as points really doesn't matter early game, but it does help them out, as some early EXP can go away. Opting to really go for this Regieleki up top. Kind of interesting, as it does get stolen by the Blissey. Blissey being a nuisance up there, and Snorlax just got frozen up in the top. Renex goes ahead and takes that kill as well. All that work, and it gets taken, as Regieleki is going to go down here, but is there any movement down bottom? No, there is not, as Saucy goes ahead and starts up this Regirock. Robs does have a massive Unite here. Nobody's talking. Nobody knows he's there. As he's going to get the Unite. Is he going to get the double? No, he only gets a single here, but the Snorlax is going to come in with a huge heavy hit slam, and no, it does not. It misses, as the Machamp does go down by the Gengar. Here comes another Gengar. Possible kill as we get this. Misses the Shadow Ball. It gets a massive 42, and that's going to be a 21 overdunk for the bottom. I don't know what they got up top, as that is a kill for Renex on that Delphox as well. Dominant force by the Super Squirtle Squad side, putting 4-man top, putting 5-man bottom. Then we're going to go right back top and put another 5. And I love the way that they are just dominating this game for the meaning of this time. Can they bounce and make sure that this mid game is going to work out for them? I didn't get any clips during that, and I am so sorry, chat. I'm going to try my hardest as I try to get some clips during those so we can actually see it. It is a submissive, They're going to go ahead and keep going here. Huge, massive unite from the Mamo. 4-man top. I just got word that they do have a game crash, but we are already 5 minutes in, and there's nothing that I can do for a game crash, as Regieleki might be going down here. No, it doesn't. It goes to the side of EXP Elite Force with a massive unite from the Galactic, and can it keep going? And there is another kill, double kill for the Machamp. That is a huge heavy slam, but it was safeguarded at that time. Nice little push by the Snorlax. Big, massive, submissive right there. Can they push to get this bottom, as all 4 members are trying to rush to this bottom? It doesn't look like they're going to get there. Can Robs get out? It does get submissive, and it does get out. Submissive cross chop. That's kind of interesting to see. Gets some more stacks, and as it tries to get stacks, Chopper is kind of over pushed here. Nobody kind of saw. There goes a big, massive push out. There goes the full heal, but there is the Gengar. Gengar is going ham, and Gengar's gonna go, but Delphox gets the Buzzwole. Lissy gets the... There is just kills everywhere as the Delphox gets a triple kill. Did it get the quad? No, it did not. That is a massive team fight right there. I definitely got that clip, folks, and I'm trying my hardest again. I might just try to... We're gonna work with it. We're gonna work with it, chat. We're gonna get it. As the Mew is back from its DC, unfortunate for them. Again, I'm very, very sorry, but rules are rules. We are already like 3 minutes in. There's nothing I could do, not even 2 minutes in. If it was maybe 1 minute, I would have probably reset, but no, they're already like way deep in their dominant game already, so sorry. As that is a kill on the, who was that? Buzzwole and the Mew. Fun to kills, trying to get some EXP here. Looks like as Regieleki's gonna go down. Mamoswine's gonna try to do something. Gets the knockup from the Snorlax. Is a huge... That is a whiffed ult from Robs, and that is a massive ult at 232. Ulting the air it did, that's going to be problematic for the side of EXP Elite Force. You got 1 second. Rayquaza is up. It does go in. Nobody's going to push out to it. Robs is going to try to go and looks like off score here. It will go get the off score, as that is a massive block from that Snorlax, as they're going to put a lot of energy into that Snorlax. That's 2 ults already. Blissey ults the Gengar. Gengar is trying to go into the back line. It does not. Gengar goes down as... is going to go down as well, as it is the only person left on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. All 5 members from the side of Super Squirtle Squad is down. Rayquaza is also going to go down as well for the side of EXP Elite Force. Dominant back forth game from both sides. EXP Elite Force probably going to go away from game number 1. Draco trying to get its heals, trying to get away as fast as possible. Don't think it's going to have much, but that is a massive gravity for that Gengar, as it can't do the Hex anymore in that gravity. What a great, great time. Galactic getting some more farm, possibly trying to get this Unite back so that way they can have a huge defense. 19 seconds left. Don't think Super Squad has enough time, but they have to go now, as it looks like they are, but they are missing 2 more members of their team. It's 8, 7, 6, 5, and that's yep, that is game number 1 for the side of EXP Elite Force. 82,000 damage from Galactic, as that is possibly your MVP of the game. Yes, it is. Dominant force from both sides. Great start out from the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Kind of fell off mid-game, as they did have a game crash, unfortunately. Nothing we can do with the game crash, especially when it's 5 minutes already into the match. Honestly, nothing I can do. I can't just pause it mid-game either, as that would cause issues for both sides as well. Might have a ruling for next season for that, as didn't really think of that one, to be honest. But kind of for like UCS rules, the same rules apply really into UCS, where they don't even pause it. They just, you got to go through it. So, with that, they did opt to ban first again. Okay. 48k by the Gengar actually did pretty well. Like I said, they had a dominant start, just that mid game was definitely weird. But yeah, other than that, it's awesome game from the side of EXP Elite Force, as we're going to go into game number 2. EXP Elite Force already has game number 1. A Super Squirtle Squad has to bounce back here. Hopefully no DCs. I know that DC probably definitely did hurt, as they are down a man on, the top or the bottom, wherever they needed it. Still was only level 12 too as well. So I understand the frustration. Hopefully they bounce back this game and never change anything, as they had a dominant game 1. They started out very, very strong. They had 4-man top at the beginning, and after that, they were steamrolling pretty good, but they let them bounce back. Getting, a lot of that farm on their sides. They have to have that that mentality of that anyway. Exciting to see. Thank you, Gabzilla, for the follow as well. Greatly do appreciate that follow, as everybody here greatly appreciate each and every one of y'all. Yeah, as we're gonna go ahead and get into picks and bans. Number 2, Urshifu being banned on the side as Super Squirtle Squad. Gardevoir and Greninja being banned as well. Kind of the same bans, same target bans for EXP Elite Four. Gardevoir being a big ban for that side of Super Squirtle Squad. Greninja also. They've been very dominant for the Super Squirtle Squad being on that, as they could technically take T-Tar for themselves, but they did opt to. So same bans. I wouldn't change anything, honestly. Blissey being number 1 pick again. I probably would have picked Clefable, as Clefable heals more. and could do more for you, as Clefable is being picked and Snorlax being picked again on the side of EXP Elite Four. I wouldn't change anything on Elite Four. Super Squirtle Squad, on the other hand, I probably would take Delphox for myself, just because of this Clefable. If you can, at least. They had a great game one. Like, there was things, yes, that you could clean up for the side of EXP Elite Force or Elite Four. But it's not, it's not that bad as far as that. So, kind of interesting to see. As again, they are not using the timer, so I'm just gonna go ahead and unclick that so you guys aren't seeing anything of that. Yeah, game number 2, Gardevoir cannot be picked as it is banned. They do need to pick now. If y'all aren't going to use the timer, we need to pick, as Gardevoir is banned, and I'm going to have to end up stepping in pretty soon. If they choose it again, I will step in, and they probably are going to like the pick that possibly that they're going to get, as Gardevoir is banned. They just tried to let me know that they were trying to pick Guardy and it won't let them. Yeah, because Guardy is banned. Hopefully they kind of bounce back. Like I said, I would go for the Delphox myself. If not, EXP Elite Force is going to end up getting that for them, which isn't going to be good, obviously. So, going to be interesting here. As they need to quickly pick, as they get the Cinderace. Cinderace being a good pick for them. I do like that Cinderace pick. But this this Delphox pick for Elite Four is going to be a nuisance for the side of the Super Squirtle Squad. If they opt to get it, they could ban it. Okay, yeah, they'd get it. I mean, Delphox being really, really good. It is going to get a possible nerf going into the next season, which is going to be exciting, honestly. Decidueye being banned on the side of EXP Elite Force. Nothing changed on their side as far as ban-wise. Them having Cinderace, I probably wouldn't have banned the Decidueye. I probably would have banned Mew, as they were obviously trying to go with that Mew last game. And unluckily that they had a disconnect on that Mew. But for Super Squirtle Squad, I honestly would ban probably. What would not want to see against the comp right now that Super Squirtle Squad has? I guess you could go. You got to go another attacker, obviously. Delphox being obviously their jungler. You can go Espeon. You can go. I say get the Machamp. I don't think Machamp was that much of a nuisance or that much of an issue for them. As they had Buzzwole earlier. Elite Four now has all the evolutions as they take the Buzzwole themselves. Very interesting pick on that, to be honest. Very, very interesting on that. Just letting them know what the lobby code is. As Mew and Blastoise both get picked up on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. I really like both of those picks. Blastoise being, a really good. It can easily be Rapid Spin, but hopefully it doesn't choose Rapid Spin due to the Buzzwole. But Sylveon being picked on the side of EXP Elite Force. I'm really, really liking that that Sylveon pick, to be honest. Really great sustain. Going to be able to get away from this Blastoise if it is Rapid Spin. Enough to where this Buzzwole can come up to them and then pick them up. Unless it is in Surf. I would almost go Surf Blastoise due to this Buzzwole. I don't like a Blastoise pick going into Buzzwole just due to, it can pick you up in Rapid Spin. But, it can do a lot of damage in both ways. So You can use Surf, you can use Hydro Pump to just be able to get Pokemon off of you, possibly get in the back line and then surf this Delphox towards you. You know, try to get its full heal first from the Mamoswine, then bring the Blastoise to have Delphox come back in, and then, you know, Cinderace kind of cleans up. There's a lot of setup mentality for the side of Super Squirtle Squad. So it's going to be interesting to see that, to say the least. Scizor and Scyther are banned from the tournament. Or not from the tournament, but oh. They did, unfortunately, the side of Super Squirtle Squad started a game in their old lobby ID, so we're going to be waiting for them to end it as soon as possible and get into that. But yeah, I'm very excited for Elite Force to possibly get this this going here. This Gardevoir ban, obviously Super Squirtle Squad really wanted it. I really like the Gardevoir ban. I like the bans on the side of Elite 4. We do get to see the pink blob Blissey coming in. So it's kind of interesting to see that, to be honest. I'm trying to figure out what Super Squirtle Squad's game plan could be. Like I said, this Blastoise could be Surf. I would like for it to be Surf. To set up, to give that setup potential. I don't see... You know, it's kind of like a big They are all in the lobby now. We are going to get set up and started here. Hopefully, just hopefully, we can start seeing some good things here. Hold on 1 second, looking for some stuff. Okay, it looks like the teams are ready, and I'm gonna go ahead and start the matches. Oh, never mind, they had a person leave the lobby. Wait for them to come back, as they probably just restarted the game. I believe that was the Mew from last game. So again, we're just waiting. Hopefully it wasn't another player crash. If it is, I'm really hoping that they could bounce back, and bounce back they should. Okay, it looks like they are ready, as I am ready, and we're going to go ahead and get into game number 2. Let's get it. As you guys have seen, a highlight from last game on how that game ended. Rob's having no defensive items on Robs for this Buzzwole. Going to be interesting to see that. Nothing really different. Blastoise doesn't have a rapid fire scarf, which is good. Definitely buddy barrier. Normal build, honestly, for a support Blastoise. Snorlax having rapid fire scarf though, which that isn't bad either, honestly. So yeah, we're going into game number 2. EXP Elite Force versus Super Squirtle Squad. If we can get it up and running here. I need to take a drink, chat, sorry.
Ready, go!
Alright. Game number 2. I'm gonna pay attention to this Mew. I really like Mew. Mew right now is very strong. They haven't touched them at all, and I feel like probably one of the best attackers in the game. If you don't know how to play Mew, I would learn it, especially if you're going into the UCS. Learn how to actually use that boosted and stuff like that, as they did use the boost very, very well. As we do have a fight up top. We have the Mamoswine by themselves. As always, they need to just secure their own farm, as that Snorlax is going to get them every time. I probably would have waited a couple more seconds being as a Mamoswine. Looks like they're just going to kind of wait here. Trying to get that as it did. I think it did. It did get that for Rainax. Trying to get this as well, as there is going to be a massive fight down bottom. 3-man bottom. If I would see it, I would go, okay, all 4 members are down here. We know it, and there is a massive stun, as that is a Electro Ball going, and the Blissey goes ahead and gets that kill, as they're going to go ahead and push this bottom lane as they have been before. Massive barrier, gets the stun, gets the kill on this Clefable as well, as they are just going to go ahead and start doing some buckets, and buckets they will. Lechonk just trying to get away here, might get massive, as that is a massive rotation from the Sylveon, as they said, okay, we can have 5-man bottom too, or 4-man bottom as well, as that is a double kill for Robs. Massive rotations from both sides, as that is a nice answer from the side of EXP Elite Force. Some buckets going in. Rob's trying to just get away here for a little bit, as both teams are kind of respected now. Sir Draco trying to get in a cheeky little stun here. As all 5 members of Super Squirtle Squad are in the middle, and they just said, okay, well, we'll take all of that, as they are running down. And running down they will. Can they get every single one of these? And that's a massive Electro Ball, but they're just going to go ahead and let this go, as that is a 13 overdunk on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Good catch up from the Snorlax. Gets the Snorlax. Missed the Water Gun there on Galactic. Could have been more if they would have hit it, as all 5 members of Super Squirtle Squad are down bottom. Can they bounce back and just go ahead and just grab whatever Reggie this is down bottom? Looks like they're all trying to get the farm up top. 4 people for the side of Elite Force up top, and they're going to go ahead and grab this Regirock. Being down bottom by themselves, can this Mamo secure whatever they can in here? Bix sees them in there, gonna try to give them at least some type of chance here. Rainax gonna have Icicle Crash here, and Nick does get it, as Nick does get the steal on his Regieleki. All that work for nothing. Didn't send the Buzzwole out to try to help out, and bounces Rainax away, as all they had was Heavy Slam. And now it's gonna be a massive push from the side of Super Squirtle Squad, as all 5 members are there, and it is a Surf Squirtle, a Surf Wartortle, I should say, as that is a massive unite. Gets a 30 dunk in, as it is 21 points just shy. Great defense by the side of Elite Force. Massive unite from that Delphox. Great gravity going in as that Surf does no longer does anything, as this is a great comeback for the side of EXP Elite Force. Pushes their way in. Good little solar beam. Good, nice little poke on the side. Gets all that healing back though. This Sylveon has so much sustain, and sustain it would. Saucy just trying to get some farm here, as it is level 10. Level differentials on both sides. Great massive Surf coming in as Too Fun to Kill gets that Surf up against the wall and takes down that Snorlax. Snorlax being level 7, I would like for them to just try to go and get some levels here, as there is only 22 seconds left. Big massive opportunity for the side of EXP Elite Force, as they're going to go ahead and probably take it, as I would do this as well, knowing all 5 members are down there from that communication from the Snorlax. This is massive little chunk damage on that nice little dodge. Tried to get out of it. Good little boosted. There goes the Snorlax, or the Blastoise, trying to get a nice little Surf on, as the rest of the team is going to go ahead and get this Regice. Nice return. Good way to go ahead and get them off of the objective, as many people that were down there. Knowing that you had a gravity from the side of Sardraco, can't have them push up anymore. Blastoise trying to just do whatever it can. Gets the full heal, I believe, from Chopper, which is kind of nice, but that is a massive pickup. Good little block. They do get it again. The Blastoise goes in with a massive Surf and takes the Regieleki away from EXP Elite Force again. Good little Surf, double Surf back and forth from the side of Super Squirtle Squad, as they are surfing their way to game number 3, hopefully coming down the stretch. Regieleki might just automatically go in. I would kind of let it go in now, as it doesn't really matter, as they are no longer there. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to defend this as much as possible. Just kind of lay off of that overdunks for later on. But the double Surf from the Mew and Blastoise is actually kind of wonderful to see. Delphox looking like it's going in. One minute left to go. Psyche, welcome in. Thank you very much for chopping in, getting in. That is a massive unite from the Delphox. It looks like they're going to try to go ahead and take this down as much as possible. Good unite, but it is a late one, as Chopper's going to get a good little... No, it doesn't get it, as they're going to try to get away from this. Can they get away successfully? As they do, great sustain from both sides. Buzzwole trying to do what he can do, as they did just get a Regirock. Blastoise just pushing off this Buzzwole, which is really, really good here. Draco coming in. Looks like going to try to help out this. Get it, heals all the way up. Super Squirtle Squad is definitely ready for this Rayquaza, as the rest of the team of Elite Force is not there. Hopefully they go ahead and try to start setting up for Elite Force. We are in game number 2. 2 minutes left in the match with Rayquaza spawned. Looks like Galactus trying to go for an easy little off score here. They're trying to do something, as that is a nice pick from the side of EXP Elite Force. Takes down the Mew, but Cinderace is so far low. Might be a big ol' hundo burger for the side of Elite Force, going into that second node, as everybody else is trying to get this going. Massive unite from the Snorlax. Gets the massive push, but it is going to go down here very well. Sylveon is in the back line. Is going to possibly get this. It has a lot of sustain. It is going to sustain a lot. And there goes the Clefable heal as well. Just great heals overall. Just can't take down the Sylveon at level 13. They have to rip this. 1 minute left to go. 343 to 198. Big takedown for the Mamo. As it is half health, 1/4. Massive Unite from the Blastoise. Almost would have got it. Nothing else going though. It looks like it's just going to go to the side. No, it doesn't. Super Squirtle Squad does get the Rayquaza, but it isn't enough time. 36 seconds left. Snorlax gonna get a cheeky little 8. Here goes another Hundo. Can they get another Hondo? Yes, they do get the third Hondo. It's 398 now to 351. 498 to 351. Can they bounce back? They have the bottom node as well. Can they bounce back here? That is another 90 on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Not enough time as we are going to go into game number 3, baby.
Time's up.
Game number 3, as that is a massive win for Super Squirtle Squad. $57K for this Delphox. This Delphox pick was really, really good, but that Blastoise put in $50K was the damage that they were definitely missing. $68K from the Cinderace. Do they opt to go ahead and ban this Cinderace instead of banning the, I think, the Greninja? So very interesting on both sides, to say the least, as Elite Four is going to go ahead and ban first. And hold on one second as I clear the picks and bans, and we're going to go ahead and go into game number 3. But very good damage from both sides overall. Rainax on being 55K as well. MVP goes to Saucy, as that is a massive Cinder Ace, 68K. And we're going to go ahead and go into game number 3. Picks and bans are going to be coming up here soon, as I am excited. But again, I want to say thank you guys very much, everybody in the chat. I can't stress it enough that I'm very, very happy with each and every one of y'all being in here as well, making this league come true, as we will be having a season 2, baby. More will be announced of that in week 8. I will have graphics up and everything for week number 2. But I want to say hello, everybody, and hello, everybody. I will, as now you can go ahead and see my face. But yeah, interesting games here as well. We're going into picks and bans number 3, game 3 for EXP Elite Force versus Super Squirtle Squad, and I'm excited. I know you guys are excited, as we are definitely getting into the picks and bans. Gardevoir being banned on the side of EXP Elite Four. Number 1, Blissey being banned on the side of Super Squirtle Squad, as they just don't want to see it. Very interesting ban there. Very, very interesting ban. Cinderace being banned on the side of EXP Elite Four, along with Urshifu being on the side of Super Squirtle Squad, allowing that Clefable to be picked. Number 1, Mamoswine being picked on the side of Super Squirtle Squad. Do we see the Hoopa? No, we do not. We see Mamoswine and Mew. Might be a big pickup for EXP Elite Four with the Super. The Super pick being able to possibly get this rotations out of the match for the Super Squirtle Squad. No, they get the Snorlax. Do they get the Delphox right behind it? Yes, they do, as nothing's being changed on the side of EXP Elite Four. Do we just see the Greninja here, honestly, from the side of Super Squirtle Squad? And I would probably opt into it, honestly, as this could be massive for that. It's a big Do they grab the Greninja here? As I would opt to possibly grab it myself, just due to this Delphox, but the Surf reset could be annoying because of the Clefable gravity. That could be, you know, an issue. Could be an issue as they opt to take the Buzzwole first. Buzzwole being a top all-rounder pick off after the Urshifu, which is very interesting to see. As I think, I know Buzzwole can do a lot of damage. I just think it falls off very late, which is kind of interesting. Which is actually interesting. Just trying to do something here, chat. Decidueye being banned on the side of EXP Elite for Blastoise being picked up from Super Squirtle Squad. This Taytart pick or ban, I'm not really, you know, happy about, as they only have Clefable. I mean, you could have maybe put Hoopa, but they already chose Snorlax, so not taking that T-Tart earlier, I think was fine. I think you probably could have banned that Machamp. Machamp being picked on the side of EXP Elite Four, and so is this Sylveon. Gonna be interesting to see, to say the least, as I do have a caster that is going to be hopping in with us, and it is your player of the week 5, player of the week 5, and it is Malanaki. The game will be bigger there, Malanaki. Just wait for a second.
Okay. Sounds good.
Go ahead and say hi to the chat. Go ahead and shout yourself out as well. Thank you very much for having you as well for a caster for this game and for the next set.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for having me. Looking forward to these games.
Malanaki again is your player of the week 5.
Yep. Surprisingly, banned like 3 DPS, like on the side of EXP.
Yeah,
like
I was
4.
actually surprised they let you have that that Dodrio yesterday, to be honest, too. So it's kind of all 2 games, right?
The very last game they like gave it to me, and I was surprised. It was like, and then they like, you know, they didn't prioritize certain like picks as well, which is like surprising me as well.
You guys had a fun set though, as far as what I've saw. I have to rewatch the VOD obviously to know more of what exactly happened, but it definitely looked interesting to say the least.
Yeah, some were like really close games, especially like the Rayquaza fights. surprised like there is no Hoopa ban or pick. So I'm assuming none of the teams can actually play Hoopa.
I think the thing with Hoopa is the way the Super Squirtle Squad plays. I don't think Hoopa really works because of the fact that like you can, unless you get that rotation up early enough. So it's kind of, you know, it's definitely interesting. I guess let's say the least for both of these teams. Because they've been taking out like the first node within the first 2 minutes, so Hoopa would have to really be level 4 by the time they start doing a rotation.
Fair enough, yeah. It's just like Hoopa's like one of the best months right now. Like
Yeah,
a lot of teams.
I definitely agree. I think it would be behind Blissey and Confable though, to be honest.
Like for me, like the portals is just so much value, like throughout the whole match. Like and then of course Hoopa ult, you can just 5-man push a lane all of a sudden. And if you like, you know, during Ray fight you can ignore Ray, go and cap like your whole team's points if you get unnoticed, and then come back to defend.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm a big Hoopa fan overall. As we are getting into game number 3 versus Super Squirtle Squad versus EXP Elite Force, and let's get it going.
Oh man.
Yoshi's kind of
Hopefully
funny
my mic
sometimes.
isn't too bad. Hopefully my mic isn't too bad. I apologize for that.
I kind of see the same build from this Blastoise, so I'm probably opting to see the same thing happen from them, the Surf Hydro Pump, to be honest.
Let's see. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I can see it. Like, against their comp, I think Rapid Spin could be good against the Delphox.
Oh, they did take the Buzzwole for themselves. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, I would probably go into that then, since they did take the Buzzwole themselves. I just don't like playing Rapid Spin against Buzzwole. Just doesn't seem optimal.
Yeah, can be quite impressive. That is a strong lane top. You, Mammo.
Yeah, very strong against a Sylveon and Snorlax, as they got their respective sides as far as their own farm. Let's see what they get in the middle, as that is huge for an Electric Ball Mew.
Oh, the Mew did get it, yeah.
Yep. This could be a takedown for the side of Super Squirtle Squad as they get the first blood on that. No big rotations on the side of Super Squirtle Squad as they've been doing from before. Lechonk on this Glaceon down bottom.
That is impressive. Yeah, they need to be very careful from the Glaceon. That is a lot of damage could potentially just come in and pick up a KO. So that was smart from the blue. Smart from them to just back off a bit and give them room. Not feed any kills.
Nothing really. They're playing very passive on both sides, as there is actually a fight going down bottom. Big submission, picking up that super, or the Squirtle. I almost said Super Squirtle, but it is a War Turtle actually.
Oh, submission. Okay.
Yeah, he's been playing submission cross chop, which I'm kind of a fan against a Buzzwole, to be honest, because then you can kind of get away from them trying to chase you, but it
also like soaks up the Buzzwole's CC like moves. So
yes. So I kind of like it. I mean, I really do like the pick going into it. As there's some massive battle into the middle, as a lot of that goes to the Super Squirtle Squad. Huge chase down. Nice little EXP. Getting away. Good sustain.
So getting out.
The 1 HP dream is real. The Fairy trying to come in, picks up the Clefable. Icicle Spears just galore from the side of Lechonk.
There's just too many, just 5 bottom. Not much they can do about that.
Nope, as Snorlax isn't stacking, so them getting these little things here is okay, but I really would like to see a Cookie Snorlax, to be honest. Is that a Salt Vest?
Yeah.
This
saw
is Salt Vesta Snorlax. Let's go.
It's not too bad considering they had like double poke from the Glaceon and Mew.
Yep, nice little dunk there. As again, Super Squirtle Squad opting to go bottom as EXP Elite Force is forced in this top lane.
There's like a...
They're trying to burn this Regieleki as much as possible. They put some players down bottom that act like they're not going for it, but Rainax is definitely talking to them and saying that, hey, they're ripping this. Hopefully I can get an ISO crash as he does again. The second time.
That was clutch.
The
Again,
second time this has happened. You gotta do something different. You gotta do something different for the side of EXP Elite Force as that Icicle, takes down that Clefairy like it was nothing.
It's just clutch right there. 3 other players there, and Mam just comes in with the last hit.
It is a Surf Blastoise, which is going to be interesting. This is going to be a massive takedown. Huge Unite from Lechonk does get the kill on Galactic. Unfortunately, as it is a 5, so Rob trying to come and defend. He got some of it, but the rest of his team is up top. Where's his team? As that is another takedown. Lechonk possibly might get this in. Yes, it does. As this could be a bottom goal or bottom node taken.
Huge amount of points from this 4-man push bottom. And blue team
5
are
minutes,
trying
no
to
jump
push.
pad.
EXP
Massive
Elite
Unite
Force
from the Blastoise, gets the Surf off, trying to get this down. I'm surprised his Mew just isn't scoring. You had 4 mans there, Mew could have possibly scored. Or forced out that early Unite from the Delphox.
Yeah, definitely could have. There was a potential for that, yeah. They've managed to finally break top lane, which is good.
Yep. Yeah, EXP Elite Force opting to, dominate that top lane, which is okay if you're Rotom gaming, but you would have to play some really, score comp wise, and not really a score comp.
Agreed. There is a potential team fight to go on right now. Champ is getting caught out.
Off this Machamp does have Unite. Buzzwole getting the Unite, so does Machamp get its Unite off as well. As that is a massive Unite from the Delphox going in. Sylveon just trying to chase him off as well as the Blastoise does go down. Good Unite from the Clefairy, but they just kind of steamrolled through with the Surf. Fortunately, it just did not do anything for them.
Rotating top for the Regieleki, getting the mid Bs as well.
Yep, good.
Super Squirtle did like a really good job of just zoning out EXP Elite 4 there at the bottom. It was difficult for them to just come in.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. As we are going to see another Regieleki fight. Namo coming from behind, gonna get this push on this Delphox as it gets a good push. It zones them all out, but the rest of the team is dealing with the Machamp right now. And Machamp goes down finally as that is a massive poke from the Mew. Gets another one as they are going to cake this Regieleki for themselves now. Gets picked up and slammed down. Here comes the Super Squirtle Squad as they are trying to get this goal taken before it crashes, and no, it does not, but that is a massive overdunk of 27. Double kill for Saucy.
A lot of kills picked up as well. Oh man.
EXP Elite Force is actually kind of still matching up with them as far as the levels go, as 10, 10, 10, 11, 11 on the side of Super Squirtle Squad, 10, 10, 12, 11, 10 on the side of EXP Elite Force. So it's still kind of a close game, as you guys can see at the top, 278 to 202. As we have 11 seconds for the ejected down bottom.
And both teams are coming in with their ults. Delphox should be able to get their ult by the time the raid comes up. This could be potential last team fight here.
They're starting to rip and grip it on this Reggie still, getting those icicle spears.
Delphox.
Oh, massive Unite from the Machamp. Gets the Mew pick. 2:20 left. The Mew's gonna be up in 11 seconds. I don't know if that Unite was definitely worth it, but gets this
Now they're
Mammo
getting caught
here.
out.
Nice Mammo kill. 9 seconds for the death timer on the Mammo. It looks like they were trying to push that. I would say that would be an over push, but not as bad.
Yeah, EXP Elite Four having a really good positioning there in the raid pit, covering both the hallway, both the entrances for Super
Looks
Squad
like
about to
this
come
is
in.
probably going to be a fight in the choke for decided Super Squirtle Squad as they're trying to opt for it, which I wouldn't like it, but you do have double surf away. Sylveon
They have a
cannot
lot of
reach it from the backside, so they have to get on this front as they're trying to start this up to bait them in. But I don't think you're going to get a bait in, as it is 278 to 202. Machamp with a big, massive off score with a hundo going in. It makes it 302 to 278. Super Squirtle Squad has to do something as both squads came from behind and gets this Delphox by themselves. But can this Machamp do something? Gets the submissive off, gets the massive little knockup. Glaceon goes down as their Rip goes down. But it looks like this Snorlax might be going down as well. And that is a team wipe except for the Sylveon. Can Sylveon get its Unite? No, it does not have Unite off.
Sylveon clutch.
But it has this Mystical Fire. Can it do
This
anything
device
with it?
is a possibility.
But Delphox is coming right behind it with its Unite as well. So this could be a
Oh,
massive little
yeah,
take for
dude.
them. Can they get it? Good surf through? No, it does not. Can it get the boosted off of the Mew? No, it doesn't.
And
As
they
the
secure it.
Rayquaza goes to the side of EXP Elite Force. Unfortunate.
Wow.
As some hundos might be going in. We actually might not even see any as this Delphox is chasing his Mammo. There it goes. Quadra
Wow.
kill for Galactic.
Flip it and ship it. The 4K, the clutch to secure Ray, the stalling from the Sylveon to make just enough time for him to come in.
I wouldn't be afraid
Pull
of
that
that
up.
Sylveon at that moment, though. I guess you don't know if they have Unite or not, not having that timer on your head, but that's so frustrating as they could have just ripped it. I wouldn't be afraid of Mystical Fire when you have the Mew secure. It's so unfortunate as game number 3 goes to EXP Elite Force.
Agreed. I think they should have just ripped it with relying on the Mew secure.
Yep.
They
I
should
would have
be
definitely
fine.
relied on that Mew secure or the Mammo secure. Like you have Icicle Crash too. There's so
That is
much
true.
secure that they have over that Sylveon. But I guess
Yeah,
like I said, the only thing they could be afraid of was that Unite coming in.
True. It was, well, that went back and forth. I think Elite Four didn't have many ults coming into that Ray fight, so that was a bit difficult for them. And then eventually just kept stalling enough time. It came back with the secure on Delphox.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Those stats looking like very even in terms of kills and assists. I think not having that Machamp ult for Ray fight was a difficult for the XP Elite Four because Machamp flanking in could have got like a huge 2 or 3 kills there.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely agreed.
And like this is a difficult team for Elite Four to walk into because of how much poke they have from Super Squirtle Squad. So having that flank option definitely would have helped. We'll play it on EXP Elite Four to secure that win.
Yeah, Elite Force securing that win. Go ahead and check out the damage. And go ahead and talk about that for a second.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Delphox as expected. Good amount of poke. Surprised the Glaceon and Mew didn't have more damage, since they didn't have like many dive options from EXP Elite 4.
Completely agreed. Completely agreed. Galacta being 65k, Saucy having at 52. On that Buzzwole. Yeah, Lechonk having only 33. I think they were missing out on Too Fun to Kill also with 33 as well. I mean, high damage numbers overall from the side of from Super Squirtle Squad. I feel like they had it damaged, but like I said, if they would have ripped it instead of trying to worry about the Sylveon, I would have, they probably would have won that game.
Agreed, yeah. But rely more on the Securus.
Well, chat, we're going to go ahead and get into our second match of the day, as it is Team Rocketo versus Wasted Potential. Malanaki wanted to go ahead and do the casting for this game, which is very, very awesome to see. As Team Rocketo, it being 1-3, Wasted Potential being 3-2. What kind of picks and bans do you expect to see throughout this?
Let's see. Well, hopefully we'll see more like Koopa bans, because I think that Koopa's really good, like in this meta. Like Koopa, Blissey, Clefable, these are like priority picks for majority of comps, right? That you can like use for like dive or like poke or sustain. Also do want to watch out for Urshifu, as that is still really strong, both builds. I do think that we probably might see some Dojio bans. I don't know if they can. I mean, I know Palmer can play Dojio, so that might be a potential ban from Team Rocketo. What do you think?
I would see some target bans for Palmer. Maybe Bloomer himself, but more or less Palmer. Maybe the Blastoise ban and the T-Tar ban being 1 and 2. I would like with the way the Clefable has right now. If you're gonna ban Blissey, you gotta ban Clefable, just so that way there is no healing on the map. Period. Which is why I think teams are kind of struggling with the picks and bans. Because if you can't target ban anybody if you're trying to not have any healing in the game. Period. And then Hoopa being a massive first pick. So if you're doing first pick and first ban, you definitely got to do like Blissey, Clefable, and then just pick Hoopa and not expect, the other side to ban the Hoopa and Clefable. But we are going to go ahead and get into the picks and bans, as we have Clefable being top banned on the side of Team Rocketo.
Alrighty, that makes sense, yeah. Is really good on right now and a lot of comps. And Waste Potential can definitely play Clefable.
Blissey being banned on the side of Waste Potential. Do they ban the Hoopa with it? No, they banned Dodrio.
Oh, okay. So they must have some. Well, Team Rocket to play must be able to play Dodrio then. Okay.
I don't remember seeing them playing Dodrio at all this season. Which is kind of interesting to see that ban, as they've been really good on their picks and bans. So kind of weird on that. A little bit.
Oh, Gardevoir. Okay, that's definitely a target ban. I believe it's Bloomer.
Yeah. Bloomer and Real Jess, actually. As they take Urshifu first. This is huge for Wasted Potential to grab this Hoopa, as they've been talking about it all day in the chat.
Yeah, it's super viable now that you have different ways to actually play the Urshifu. It actually makes it even more powerful than where it was before, albeit we are going to see some changes in the next patch, but I don't think it's going to be enough to actually Urshifu actually lose any type of priority, in my opinion.
Welcome, Chopper, back again from his game for the EXP Elite Fours. Congrats on y'all's win. Great picks and bans, as y'all did very well on the target bans. I'm going to let you two go ahead and take it over, as I'm going to step out and focus more on everything in the behind the scenes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rhino, for accompanying us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chopper. I just played the first game. That's why I wasn't on comms. Thankfully, we got the victory today, but we still have a long way to go if we want to make playoffs. Now, Malanaki, one of the greatest players that we have in our league as well. We are continuing to see now as they pick Hoopa and Slowbro.
That is
Right
really
at the
good.
beginning of the competition. Now Hoopa is a Pokemon that is starting to get some more priority, right?
Yeah, for sure. Hoopa is like so much value. Like early game, mid game, late game. Early game with the berries, mid game with the teleportation, going from one lane to another, as well as just healing up your team. And the ult just gets so much value in team fights or just rotations in general. And Slowbro as well is a really good pick to get, especially because they have Urshifu. And I feel like one of the most reliable counters for Slowbro, I mean for Urshifu, is the Slowbro.
Yeah, we're just going to have that single target unite, and the crowd control can help you out. Team Rocket actually going for the Decidueye, and Mr. Mime picks. Now, Decidueye is actually going to go for Sickness. That's pretty much his signature pick. Mr. Mime, always a good supporter to have around. Interesting enough, because we don't have any type of healing on the side of Clefable and Blissey anymore, Eldegoss would also be another support that would be available, but because we are seeing Mr. Mime and Hoopa, I don't think we're going to see Eldegoss actually played. But what do you think how they're going to round out as we await that third wasted potential pick?
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Delphox is really good to pick. It just like allows you to kite and poke the Shifu trying to come in with the Secures, as well as you can zone him out and slow him down with the Delphox ult, and just strong in general right now. So that's a good pick from them.
Third ban is going to be Mew, definitely one of, if not the best laner in the game right now. And we're just waiting for Team Rocket to actually go for that final ban on their side. So a little bit of everything on our side of picking bans. Dodrio is definitely one of those picks that if you know how to play him, it can be pretty dangerous.
Oh yeah,
Especially if you ban that Clefable with the gravity, and they do choose to ban Azumarill on the side of Team Rocketo.
yeah, that makes sense. When you're playing the Decidueye, you want to try and like minimize how many mons that can try and dive you, and Azuma is one of those mons that can just single target dive the backline, and, like shred a very squishy mons like Decidueye.
We're currently waiting for the next pick on the draft. So bans Clefable, Gardevoir, Azumarill, Mew, Dodrio, Blissey. So Clefable and Blissey really being priorities now in the draft because of the changes that they received. A lot of healing, and with the
Yep.
possible items that we are going to see, like Slick Spoon and the Hood. I don't remember the name of the Hood. Nevertheless, it could be pretty even. Actually, could
the new
put
items, yeah.
Clefable a little bit higher up.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what they do. To be honest, I haven't read it up, but I think it's like one of them's like an anti-healing. Is that a thing?
Well, Slick Spoon is pretty much magic penetration. It actually goes through special defenses. We are seeing the Cinderace on the side of wasted potential, and Team Rocketo's side is now going to pick. So Delphox and Cinderace can both go on jungle. We have seen competitions where it really depends. Maybe they can trade the jungle. They did go for Mamoswine on the side of Rocketo. They should be able to round it out with another attacker.
Amazon, okay. I would probably personally prefer Snorlax over the Mammoth, so you can like block out, as well as like deny the Hoopa portals more often with the slams and like blocks to take them out.
Mhm.
And as well as Lax does a good job of zoning out Slowbro.
And closing out the composition, I bet Rhino is going to be super happy. Greedent
Wow,
going to be picked on wasted potential.
That okay, we're gonna see what they're
My
cooking.
boy, the squirrel, baby. I am all this. So this is probably definitely, and I will say definitely going to Palmer, as he's been playing it, and I've seen it on his Twitter and everything. And he's been playing this very well. I've seen his gameplay on it, as it's fantastic. As I am a big Greedent fan, and I'm excited to see this for the first time in the Unite World Coordination League.
Thank you so much, Rhino, for the insight of the Greedent. As soon as we saw that picked, we were pretty sure Rhino was going to do any type of response. Team Rocket was actually closing out their composition with a Dragapult, so it could be a Decidueye lane if they choose for Dragapult jungle.
Yeah, I think the Decidueye lane would make sense to help them if they are running the attack weight, which most Decidueyes do run for the Spirit Shackle. I think it would help to Decidueye lane first and then swap out afterwards.
Jungle trading is something that there's been a lot of experimenting. What I have been interesting in doing as well is running the support with the jungle right at the beginning and holding hands, especially if they're running experienced chair, just to make sure that they level up faster and they don't lose any type of exp either. And then they go to their respective lanes. We are seeing meta slowly developing. We are not seeing as many jungle invades as we used to see right at the beginning of the meta, or at least at the season. What do you think of that change, Malonaki?
Yeah, so like you said, it's a common thing you've been seeing. Like we've been seeing like recently with like teams having like some sort of like a support like attacker or like just support like Eldegoss escorting the jungler to help like clear the jungle faster, and also some of them would like pick up the red buff like Eldegoss and then go to like, the respective lane to deny the stacking mons, or even get like an early pick. So I think this like strat just like makes it more difficult to jungle invade when like there's at least 2 people in their own jungle.
What I am going to be interested in seeing eventually as well is how they continue to run double EV comps, and then you have one EV actually going on the top side of the jungle and the one on the bottom, because they get leveled 4 from their respective farms. They already go into lane actually leveling up a lot faster and evolving. That's another strategy that could be looking forward to. Now again, Justice, El Bote, Cocodrilo, Sickness, and Mordu. On the side of Team Roqueto, we have Wasted Potential, Greeny T, Bridget, Palmer, Wheeljess, Bloomer, and just as Rhino said, Palmer has been playing a lot of Greedent, and we are seeing an item as well, Malonaki, that we are not used to seeing.
Is it the fluffy tail on Greedent?
Yeah, it is. It is a fluffy tail.
That makes me think that they're gonna look for like jungle invades to like possibly, secure one of their buffs before they could even rotate to it.
Going to be super interesting as we go into the first match. Wasted Potential versus Team Roqueto. Wasted Potential does have a little loss on their record, but it's not going to deter them from continuing to get that higher seed. Meanwhile, Team Roqueto continues to be in that playoff race right at the bottom side. And with the changes that were made to the bracket, it's going to be pretty interesting as we are into week 6 of the United World Coronation League.
As you can see on Wasted Potential side, Team Roqueto side, they have the Mammo watching for the invade of the Greedent, but Greedent decided to go in lane instead to try and get their stacks.
I'm trying to do their best to actually deny any type of farm ability already with 13 points, and Palmer does manage to get those 5 and get that experience. It can be so important to see if he can stack, and he is managing to actually score 5.
That is a huge barrier.
Ooh.
Oh, the Jugman? It doesn't get it.
Oh, beautiful made done on the side of Bloomer, but not being able to close it out. Cocodrilo makes it just in time, safe by the bell and safe by the focus band on the side of the Piloswine.
Both junglers rotating top lane here, so we'll see if there's any picks they're gonna. Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pick your brain a little bit, Malonaki. A lot of priority comes when jungle invading to the top side, but the bottom side has been getting a lot more priority when in regards to the Reggies. What strategy do you think these two teams should go for, or does it depend on the state of the game?
Like prioritizing which objectives?
Yeah, because we're seeing a lot of jungles actually invading on the top side, whereas the bottom side that has the bottom Reggie gets a lot more priority. Do you think that's the correct decision right at the early game?
I mean, I think the red buff is like really, like very useful to like for a lot of things. I think prioritizing that would probably be more useful than the blue buff. But the blue buff is like more quicker to the Reggie Rock, Reggie Ice, Reggie Steel. So maybe that's the reason why they're going for that over the other one, to get a quicker rotation for those objectives and have like better positioning to set up.
Speaking of rotations, we are seeing 3 on the bottom side. Now, Dragapult is actually moving right into the jungle one more time. It's 2 versus 3 on the bottom map. Now we're seeing Mr. Mime actually trying to go away. Justice trying to defend as much as possible, trying to move in this time around, where Shifu is left alone with 2 people, where Dragapult continues to level up. Aqua Shifu, indeed, Malonaki. Now we're seeing the 1v1 scenarios, Wheeljess and Green ET. Now Slowbro is definitely somebody that you do not want to target if you want to continue to hit somebody. Now the teleports are going to come in, trying to rotate either the top or the bottom side, depending on how comfortable they're going to feel. Cinderace is rotating downward as well, so it looks like we're setting up for a bottom fight, and the Reggie is the Regirock.
There's a Fluffy Tail to try and rip it. They do get the confirm with the Delphox Skyfire.
And now to try to get more dual spots as possible. Yep, Cinderace securing that, and there's only a Dragapult left. Cocodrilo is going to go down to the Delphox, and that is a base broken. Vantage, wasted potential.
And as you can see, the Hoopa just allowed him to like instantly rotate to the top lane right after getting the bottom Reggie. This is one of the many reasons why you want to prioritize Hoopa, especially because of the buffs that recently got changed.
And they secure the Regieleki as well. So Hoopa, folks, might want to start picking it, might want to start banning it. It was getting another team fight right in the middle. Now the Urshifu is going to go down, and look at all that damage from the side of wasted potential.
Wow. That was well done by wasted potential. To put the Delphox hold the pressure so much, you know, zoning, and they can't even just stay on it to defend it, and then the Cinder auto is just doing so much damage.
Really good showing. Yeah, really good showing by the Delphox. Jungle invading Palmer one more time. They don't manage to secure the blue buff. Run, Palmer, run!
Wow, it was 4 or 3 that they're on the jungle. It's trying to stop him. He just walks out right after.
It's on the move fully made, but just putting on the pressure onto Palmer one more time. But again, this Greedent can get so annoying to play against. It's one of those Pokemon that people are not really used to fighting in the first place.
Yeah, especially like with the meta going on right now. You don't see Greedent often, so people might forget how to deal with it. And like if you Greedent's like one of those things where like if you don't deal with it, he's gonna just keep getting value and value. So you have to like some sort of like strategy or something to like deal with it, like an auto or CC, something like that.
Yeah, Bridget's Hoopa and Greeny T's Slowbro managed to zone out the members that were left on the bottom side from Team Rocketo, and they managed to secure the Registeel, which is so important, getting that extra attack and special attack. 20 seconds left to the Regieleki. Not really that much trouble when it comes to rotations from the side of Wasted Potential, just because they have that Hoopa.
Yeah, and Wasted Potential has so much map presence. Both pads are up. Regieleki coming up. They also have the Hoopa covering bottom lane in case they try to go for a backup, which is happening right now.
And they seem to be moving on to the portal. Oh my god, managing to survive. And they secure the Regieleki too. Moving on right now, Greeny T is going to be the backup that the Hoopa needs, as Team Rocket is forced.
I was going to say, yeah, the Hoopa almost got like left for gold. Like there was no one coming at the very last second he came in. They almost got the kill.
Yeah, Cocodrilo trying to do whatever he can, but the Palmer Greedent taking him down with the Bullet Seed. 187 points to 59. 2 bases broken on the side of Wasted Potential. No bases on the side of Team Roqueto. A level differential on the side of Wasted Potential, especially on the carry side. You do not want to see that Decidueye at level 10 when you have a Cinderace level 12 on the other side.
Oh, I'm surprised the Decidueye opted for the Razor Leaf build when they have both two like really strong Pokemons like Cinder and Delphox. Having those arrows can just chunk down both of them and just outrange them, which puts a lot of pressure on them to just push up and try and get value.
Yeah, and Palmer actually biting off more that he could chew there. Not enough Oran Berries. They managed to secure 1 kill. Important to actually maintain that distance. Cocodrilo actually trying to make a move on Bridget as they continue to put the portal, but the portal is not on top of the platform, so it could be pretty difficult, especially when you're trying to put that rotation in. But they don't take advantage of it, as the Regirock is pretty much going on the side of Wasted Potential against defense and special defense. They've been getting every single objective in this game. Cocodrilo actually waiting on the wayside. Bridget is trying to hold on now, as we're seeing the fire being burned down. Bloomer trying to get into Cocodrilo's side. 19 seconds left, and they are starting the rotations to Rayquaza.
Alright, positioning here. They don't have time for the Regieleki, so this is going to be the Rayquaza fight here. Team Rocket definitely want to get this Rayquaza, but they could backcap and make it even, or a little bit in the lead, so it's not too far behind in terms of points.
Backcapping is such a good strategy, but it can also be a double-edged sword, especially if you have 4 members of your team. Mordu actually going in, throws the Icicle Charge, expecting that there were a couple of members of Wasted Potential on the top side. Now, on the top side, we do have Palmer and Bridget trying to defend the top, trying to see if maybe they can get a back door. And now Greedent from Palmer, it's going to be 100 points. They are noticing that the Greedent is actually trying to score, so they just go ahead and try to rip it as fast as possible. They are trying to rotate now onto the bottom side. The Cinderace is going to come in. They need to be careful. They do take out the Delphox, actually going, and that is a huge pick. And now Cygnus actually going ahead and shredding Green ET. Wow. That's the double kill by Cocodrilo. That's another one. Oh my god, that was a beautiful team fight, but now Palmer is trying to defend as much as possible. They're trying to rip it. Palmer needs to be careful, and they managed to secure the Rayquaza. Palmer goes down.
That Urshifu ult to catch out the Delphox to prevent all that damage and poke was so huge, and then just pushed them right after, slowly burning the rest of the team with the Decidueye arrows, and Urshifu, Water Sheep just going in, getting out the cooldowns off, resetting so much damage, as well as the Mime ult. Yeah, well played. Huge team fight.
It was a beautiful team fight, and the fact that Wasted Potential actually had 2 people on the bottom side, they couldn't rotate on time. And I believe that the Unite move from the Hoopa was also on cooldown, so most of the targets were not able to get there on time. With that said, there is still defense to be played and 20 seconds left on the clock, and we are seeing a push done by Wasted Potential.
There isn't much time, but if they can get 200 points here, they could potentially bring it back.
We're seeing a Unite move actually going in from the Mime, and they take care of the Cinderace. 10 seconds left on the board. Green ET trying to go back, but not being able to make it on time. Meal Jess actually goes down, and we are seeing the Mamoswine just to seal the deal, getting an extra 74 just in case. Team Roqueto taking the first game.
Well played. Yeah, well played to take advantage of the Greedent's backcapping, so they just pushed in 5v4. Caught out the Delphox, and then from there was a 5v3, and just melted the rest of the team.
Doing the best that they could to try to defend, but in the end, Wasted Potential felt a little more separated when it came to the Rayquaza fight. There was good coordination by Team Roqueto, and again, El Boti really with the MVP play, taking care of Real Jess right on the bottom side. Yeah. That was pretty much a game changer.
That is definitely a game changer. Delphox has so much value against their whole team with the ult and poke, and just catching him out reduced so much of their damage. And because of how much sustain that Team Roqueto has with their mons, the Cinder just wasn't enough.
Part of the reason why we did see the Decidueye actually go Razor Leaf is to try to take care of that Slowbro, and we did see all the damage actually come in with the Rapid Fire Scarf, additional to the Razor Leaf, and actually getting that attack speed in. It was a lot more, it was a lot easier for him to actually try to rip not only the Rayquaza but also the Slowbro, which can be one of the best in the game right now. Yeah.
And like Greedent isn't really like a frontline tank. He's more like a flanker, kind of like poke. Can't really be taking all the damage, and having only the Slowbro as your front line makes it very difficult, especially when, like you said, running that Decidueye Razor Leaf just shreds through it.
I mean, Palmer with the backdoor trying to extend the lead that they already had. The separation, I think, was the pivotal point. I don't know if you would agree with me on that.
It was risky because it like forces Wasted Potential to play more passive and have to like constantly back up, because taking a 4v5 isn't the easiest thing to do, especially with the comp they have, which is very like sustain, and like Mime ult is very dangerous because you can just jump onto the rest of their team and they don't really have much to get away with it other than like Hoopa ult or like Slowbro ult the Mime ult.
Going into game 2, what type of adaptations are you expecting from the side of Wasted Potential? Was there any particular pick that you thought that maybe was giving a little bit of difficulty? Now, what I am understanding, at least what it seems to be from the teams from Puerto Rico on the side, the early game is something that I feel we definitely need to work on, because you guys know how to North America really knows how to pressure the early game. And when it comes to actually hitting the mid and late, we are able to actually maintain the levels enough to get those 50-50s with the Rayquaza, but Again, what type of strategy you're expecting from Wasted Potential side?
Let's see. I think something that was definitely underrated was Mime was difficult to deal with. I think the only reliable thing they had to deal with Mime was the Slowbro ult. Like there was no like Blastoise or like Snorlax to pressure or like push him away per se to save your whole back line. Same thing with the Mamo. It's difficult. I mean, with Mamo they could at least kite and poke it out with like Cinder and Delphox mobility. But like Mime ult is definitely something you want to be careful of.
We are heading into draft right now. Team Roketo is choosing. Well, actually, Wasted Potential is choosing for them to go first, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to go on that side. The first ban is going to be Clefable.
Okay, yeah, that's the standard ban I would expect, since Clefable's really good in majority of comps.
We did see a ban from Dodrio on the side of Wasted Potential too, so that's another pick that maybe you can look out for. But because you have a Clefable ban, I think Clefable right now is one of the best Pokemon to have on your team, just because there are so many dashes in this game. Now,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Now, we could see a difference as soon as we get, for example, Umbreon. That's one of the leaks that was in there, because as soon as they hit Shadow Ball, for example, they put a circle like around them, and you can't get out of that circle. You can also dash. You can't
Oh,
dash out of it. Yeah. So we are
okay, so
going to
it's like
see.
last.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of counter plays. I'm theorizing that Sableye is another Pokemon that's gonna go down in priority, just because we're gonna have those zones where they can't dash or they can't get out. So it's gonna be a lot easier for you
Oh yeah.
to actually move out of the way. Additional to the fact that Dragonite is actually increasing in priority, we are seeing the Dodrio ban and the Blissey from the side of Wasted Potential.
Okay, that is good to prioritize the Blissey ban. Deny the like Blissey is just so good, as well as like the utility and heals. Like Blissey is like one of those mons where you can like put in almost any comp and it will get value off of.
We're waiting on to that second ban from Team Roketo's side. There were a couple of picks on the side of Wasted Potential that were quite annoying to what they were doing, but they managed to pick up the pace, and just maintain that control right on the end. And they choose to ban the Gardevoir, and they are going to first pick. I'm expecting the Urshifu here.
Yeah, possible Urshifu here or Hoopa. As they've seen, Wasted Potential gets so much value off the Hoopa. Oh, okay, so they went for the Urshifu.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I imagine Wasted Potential. I mean, if I would definitely pick the Hoopa here. They got so much value early, mid.
Yeah.
Late game, they didn't have the ult, but if they did have the ult, it would have been huge, because they could have brought the ingredient from the backcapping, and they would have took the 5v5.
We are seeing on our side of the screen that all of the players are currently in the room, in the lobby, just waiting for draft to finish up. And the Wasted Potential is taking a little bit of time for this next pick, so they need to be careful that the timer doesn't run out.
Yeah, they definitely like this is like one of the most important picks as well. The first 2 picks they can get.
Okay, you managed
Okay,
to get the
there it
hoop
is.
up.
Yeah,
Slow, bro. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
yeah, that was a solid like core they have going for them.
Are you expecting then a couple of changes from the third round onward, Melanaki?
Let's see. I think if Team Rocket want to run like a similar comp, I think prioritizing the Delphox ban or taking it from them would be huge. And
Yeah,
okay,
you gotta hit that mime. You gotta do that for sure. You gotta get that mime, and Duraludon is gonna be the pick. So
okay. I think they're going for the rip comp here. The Duraludon or Shifu. I think they're Shifu, darker Shifu with the punch, Wicked Blow.
yeah, so they are going to go for objectives. They did realize, hey, we didn't get a single objective that last game. We won by the skin of our teeth, but
Yep.
Let's see if maybe we can get some more firepower when it comes to objective control, and Duraludon and Urshifu with a Wicked Blow are definitely the picks to go for.
That is a deadly combo. If you give them the time to set up and pull off a combo, it is very difficult to try and like you. I don't think there's no snipe in the game that can outsnipe the Urshifu, outsecure an Urshifu.
The picks would be Hyper Beam Dragonite. That could go really well, especially in the competitions that we have seen High Five, one of the Asian teams, actually run. They actually picked the Decidueye away. Oh, I like this.
I do like that, yeah. And like something that's like a natural counter to Duraludon is the Decidueye Arrow, just something that was very common back when the Duraludon was very the Duraludon meta. He was like really strong, so Decidueye was like a direct counter that people would run just to prevent the ripping.
I really like this, and the Mew ban on the side of wasted potential. They do not want to fight against that Mew. Team Roqueto is also waiting for that final ban. So good cores on both sides. We are seeing a rip comp on the side of Team Roqueto. What do you think wasted potential that's actually going for on their side? It looks like maybe a protect the president situation.
I think what wasted potential is going for is like a outrange / poke comp, essentially making it very difficult for the Duraludon to like come in to try and set up. Like if they're gonna come and set up, they're gonna take so much damage from the Decidueye arrows, as well as like an ult. Maybe they'll go like another like a poke attacker like Delphox here.
Oh, so you're expecting Spirit Shackle Decidueye?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely would make sense. We have seen Decidueye played both Razor Leaf and Spirit Shackle. We are waiting that final pick. Both of them are missing at least an all-rounder on the side of wasted potential. They are going to go for the T-Tar, so I do expect an Eldegoss, maybe, just to get some healing done.
I mean, they do have the Hoopa to provide the portals to keep them up.
Mm-hmm.
They could possibly they could go like Eldegoss with like double support tank to give like more sustain for the T-Tar pocket.
Feels kind of risky though if they are going to go for that. Snorlax is going to be the tank available on the side of Roqueto, and just awaiting that final pick.
Okay, yeah, I do like the Snorlax pick. It helps zone out the T-Tar with the block, as well as the Slowbro, and it makes it more easier of a job for Duraludon to set up.
Final
as
pick.
well as the slams to scout, just push them away.
Gotta get those barriers in too.
Exactly.
Final pick from Team Roqueto. What are they gonna go for to round up this competition? Another attacker should be in play. We are seeing Dragonite. So just like I mentioned, they are going for the objective control.
That is a scary comp. Team Roqueto is essentially they're saying is we have so much confirm, we have so much rip potential on these objectives. If you're not there on time or early, we will just take the objective before you can even see it. Like they have so much shred and so much objective confirm. Like waste potential, like I feel like they're gonna have to like pressure them coming in, pressure them as they're trying to rip. Like they need that poke. So the Decidueye is gonna play a huge part in it.
And they are going for the Eldegoss as a final pick. So a little bit of protection on the side of T-Tar. Gonna have the Hoopa ready with the portals. Gonna have Eldegoss with the healing. On the side of Team Roqueto, we only have Power Sub, Mr. Mime to actually worry about per se. But again, objective control being the name of the game for Team Roqueto, they really want to get those Reggies.
Yeah, and Team Roqueto's early game is a bit frightening with the. I'm imagining to be the Wicked Blow, right?
Yeah,
like, that's just like really good, just confirming lane as well as mid farm. Confusion from Mime is really strong early game as well as mid game. Even late game with confirms, like just so much confirm. At least potential have to do a really good job of like poking them out and like pressuring them with the DPS, so they can't just get those for free.
They have been reading those patch notes. We are seeing compositions getting played ready for Game 2. Cocodrilo is definitely going to be the jungle, so we are going to see a Dragonite jungle. Now, Real Jess rocking the Eldegoss, Bloomer rocking Decidueye, Bridget, Hoopa, Greeny T. with the Slowbro and Palmer actually running the T-Tar. Mordu going for Duraludon, El Boldi with Urshifu, Justice once again with the Mr. Mime, and Cygnus actually being the tank this time around. We did see him with the Decidueye later, but they chose to actually give him a defender this time around. So a lot of flexibility on both teams to see what type of compositions they want to run.
Yeah, always nice to have players be able to play not just one role but multiple. Make it easy to create different types of comps.
Wasted Potential really want to force this game number 3. Team Rocket want to close it out and make it 2 victories on the Unite World Coronation League. Let's see what's going to happen here. Game 2, Wasted Potential versus Team Rocketo.
And I've noticed both the Dragonite and Duraludon are running full heal, so you can't even like interrupt them while they're going for their ults, and it confirms.
They're going to go in one more time. So Duraludon is going to be partnered up with Mr. Mime on the bottom side. We are seeing Gossifleur. And I can't see the icon. I'm expecting Slowpoke. Slowpoke, yeah. Slowpoke. So the Decidueye is going to run the jungle. We have Hoopa and Palmer with the T-Tar on the top side fighting against Snorlax and Kubfu.
I'm going for the stacking, I believe. So, scary to think about how much damage later on those confusions will do.
So you're gonna get that fake out, putting in some more damage onto Greeny T. They need to be careful. This Gossifleur is actually giving major damage.
The slow from Eldegoss or even Gossifleur is just something you get to be cautious about.
They do manage to evolve now. Eldegoss is going to be in the play. Greeny T manages to recover. Look at all that health recovered from the Slowbro.
Oh god, this Wasted Potential it's gonna be difficult for them to get much farm here with how bad does their mons scale early game. But
they need to be careful.
So much damage coming in.
Oh, Kubfu actually maintaining alive, a little overzealous from Cocodrilo, trying to engage with something, I felt like.
Wow, yeah, there's so much damage coming in from the Decidueye and Hoopa stuns. Yeah.
Moving in a little bit side. Let's see those level differentials, a couple of level 5s and level 4s. Level 6 on the Eldegoss and level 6 on to the second evolution of Rowlet, which I do not remember the name.
Dartrix, I believe.
Dartrix. Oh, thank you so much, Malonaki. This is why you're a pro player and I'm just a commentator.
Oh, I just played the Pokemon game, so I can't remember.
Okay, 8-minute mark, and we are seeing the composition actually pay some dividends, getting the majority of Altaris and Swablu's.
Huge Decidueye arrow to get that pick on it. Almost gets the Dragonair as well.
They do manage to get the Eldegoss, but it's not going to be that much experience because we are seeing like a support with a lower level. It's definitely the Pokemon that you want KO'd if you are on the side of Wasted Potential.
Agreed. And like I said, the Urshifu, they just deleted the mid bees. But by the time that Wasted Potential came there, it was already gone. So much burst.
Trying to get rid of those Altaris and Swablu's with 3 on the bottom side. The teleports are going to come in and try to get as much form as they can. We are seeing Dragon Dance actually used up one more time. Dragon Tail trying to get that damage onto Greeny T, but again, if there is a target that you do not want to hit, it's definitely the tank and it's definitely a Slowbro.
For sure, he just eats it up all day, every day.
Happy Sam actually going in. They are fighting for the Registeel. Oh my god, the Spirit Shackle secures it over the Duraludon.
So much value. Multiple arrows just being pierced into their back line and front line. There was like multiple, like 2 or 3 hits on each of those arrows. He almost deleted the whole team just there.
Interesting thing as well, Malonaki. We're not seeing a Hyper Beam Dragonite. We're seeing Outrage Dragonite.
Oh, okay.
Which I kind of don't agree with, but you know, I mean, if you want to run this type of comp, I would have run Hyper Beam, but that's just me.
I think, yeah, the Outrage is gonna struggle against the T-Tar. It just like zones out the Outrage.
Yeah, actually going in. Aqua Shifu trying to go in, and we are seeing Aqua Shifu no
Huge
wicked
pick.
blow either. Just going on to the Decidueye. If there is ever a team that actually knows how to play against the Decidueye, it's going to be Team Rocket. They managed to get a couple of kills on the Regieleki. This is the first objective that we are seeing from Team Rocketo's side as they continue to move in and put that pressure on. Real Jess actually forced to use a Unite move, separating everybody. We are going to see that Dragon Dance from Duraludon. Is that what it's called?
The Dragonite Outreach coming in.
Don't. 30 points. Yep. Do the math, boys. Do the math. There we go. But now the pressure onto the T-Tar, just like you mentioned, Melanaki.
Yeah.
It's going to be so difficult, especially since they're not running.
Foliage?
I keep forgetting. They're running. What's that name? Santum?
Oh yeah, Santum. Yeah, Dash from T-Tar.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Adesu, by the way. He's one of my favorite players right now, and he likes to run Santum T-Tar.
Oh yeah, same. I like running it as well. It's like really nice to have that dash.
Yeah, Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports is definitely a team that's easy to root for.
For sure.
We are seeing the rotations actually come in on the bottom side. 3 Pokemon, actually 4, trying to move in. Now Dragonite actually using Dragon Dance, trying to get rid of that move. The Unite move actually coming in from his mind. Unite move also used. Oh boy. It's going to be pretty difficult for Team Rocket side if they don't manage to get that T-Tar. I wish would do whatever they can.
And he gets a... Yep. This Decidueye is becoming really difficult for Team Rocket to deal with. The outrange, as well as Waste Potential doing such a good job of healing for the Dragonite, as well as Miami engagements.
As we're seeing the instant read, but the secure actually coming in by the Spirit Shackle, the Decidueye. Hoopa manages to take out the Snorlax on the bottom side. Justice doing whatever they can to actually try to defend. And we're seeing actually really good exchanges as Duraludon actually gets a double kill, taking care of that T-Tar. They're going to start rotating on the bottom side to continue those team fights. With that said, Team Rocket is 101 points ahead.
Wow, not a single point has been scored.
That is so interesting.
But the thing is, the Waste Potential have like secured majority of these objectives. And I believe they're ahead in EXP. So, I mean, the name of the game is Rayquaza in this current meta, so it is, you know, even though they're 100 points behind, it is still like, you know, looking good for them.
You know, they are looking towards the late game. And T-Tar's already level 12. Urshifu on the side of Rocket is also level 12. We are seeing 3 people on top, 2 at the bottom. From both sides, T-Tar is actually trying to rip it as much as they possibly can. Urshifu coming in with the X speed, and they're going to flank them. They're going to go into that Decidueye. They do not want to deal with it.
Huge feels from this bro.
And they get another Regieleki too.
Yeah.
So Decidueye not being able to use that Spirit Shackle to secure that objective.
Yeah, good pressure from their Urshifu to apply on the Decidueye, making it difficult to prioritize the snipe on objective.
They do manage to rip it though, trying to go as fast as they possibly can. Bloomer, not a Razor Leaf, so not as fast as you want it to be. And rotations are going to come in, so we are seeing Snorlax on the top side, possibly 4 members actually going bottom. Cocodrilo trying to get them as much farm as possible. Duraludon's already level 13, and so is the T-Tar, but they do manage to secure the Regirock once again. So another objective from the side of Wasted Potential, but we are going into the rotations for Rayquaza.
Trading back and forth, top and bottom objectives on each respective team.
Cocodrilo trying to bait out the option time sickness.
Waste Potential have to like keep pressuring Team Rocket to hit. Don't let them set up like that.
Oh, they're gonna rip it. It's actually going for the Unite move that time. Decidueye. No, they're trying to move as fast as possible, and Team Rocket secures it again. Yeah. And they try to go as fast as possible. Duraludon. Yep, Duraludon running away. That's 100 points, but is it going to be enough, though? We are seeing 50 points from the side of T-Tar, and we are seeing possibly 50 points on the side of Green Tea. They have to defend. 201 points onto 100 now. Urshifu does not manage to actually get those 50 points, but do get the huge kill onto the Decidueye, and that's 100 points on their side too. Everybody trying to recover the health so we can go into the second team fight. We are seeing 4 members of Wasted Potential trying to go as fast as possible. Heavy Slam actually trying to interrupt Palmer's T-Tar and moving in once again, but not quite going to get those kills. And again, another teleport. In the meantime,
They
we are
have-
seeing Dragon Knight.
Okay. Wait,
Oh, they're trying to
have
defend
one more
too.
minute, like one more push on their tier 2s. There is also
that-
a tier 1 bottom that they could push for 100.
Oh, they
This does
realize
not-
that, but
The
they do.
game
I
is
don't
not
think they
over
have
just
time.
yet. Time is ticking, yeah.
Oh, 70. That's a big overdunk.
One more
Oh my
cap.
God, 40 seconds left on the board now. A defense
All
that can
5
determine game
members.
number 3. Rishifu's gonna come in right now, blocking as much as possible. T-Tar is gonna go in. Now Raktum is gonna go in as well. Oh my God, they take
30
care of
seconds
the
left.
T-Tar, but oh my God, they're starting to rip it one more time.
The
They do
mime
manage to
ult.
get it. The mime ult, just as you called it, Malinaki. Justice with the underrated mime
ult
pick.
and the mime ult along with the outraged Dragon Knight, it's just so much damage, and they have nothing to stop it as well. So they just completely stop all momentum from the push.
1 second left. The time is up. Team Roqueto. I am pretty sure that they close it out with a 2-0.
Well played to notice that the waste potential aren't there to punish them for ripping, and they just immediately started ripping, and they didn't
Oh
have
my
enough
God.
time. It was a close game, to say the least. Wow.
Team Roqueto closing it out with a 2-0 wasted potential. Another loss on the board. Team Roqueto gaining momentum as we continue on with the season. We are going to take a look at those damage as soon as I get to see it, because I don't. Okay, now we're seeing it.
90K on the-
More due to
90K.
putting in the work.
Yeah, I do wish they ran more of like a hyper beam and like the fist or Shivu. That would have like made it much more difficult. But they still made it work, allowing the Urshifu to dive the Decidueye to prevent them from being with the snipe.
It was
And
a
the,
curious. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
And the as you seen that Ray fight, they
Mhm.
did such a good job of just zoning out the whole wasted potential from being able to get that secure on the Ray with the Mime ult, I believe, and the Snorlax block.
Yeah, they had no fear when it came to actually clearing the objective. They knew that they had the advantage, especially if you get the zone out Bloomer. Most of the stuff that you're gonna
Exactly.
try to push them away. That's why you had the Snorlax in the first place to deal with the T-Tar.
Exactly. I do have to applaud. Bloomer did a really good job of sniping the objective's bottom, recognizing that the secure wasn't there at times from Team Roqueto. So well played on their part.
Really good Rayquaza fights. Again, that is what you mentioned as well, Malinaki. That has definitely been the meta.
The name of
That's
the
the
game,
meta.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the name of the
Yeah.
game.
Unfortunately, because of the way that Ray works, it is just playing like those 8 minutes up to the Ray is just so important. So like building up those levels, getting those ults ready, getting the positioning, and Team Rocket did a good job of just doing just that, playing for Ray.
Thank you so much for all the 45 viewers that are currently on the stream as well. Team Roqueto getting that win on the board. Going up. Now 2 victories. Now, do remember, guys, the bottom 2 teams are the only ones that don't make it to playoffs. And if you get somebody like Team Roqueto with some momentum as they go into the gauntlet bracket, they could be trouble if you're not ready for it. But now, Malinaki, we are going to set up for the main event of the evening. So we're going to take a look at that schedule. It is going to be
Okay.
War Legion versus Magikarp Clan.
All right. Was it? I think War Legion took a win. What was it? Was it the win last week? I think against Team Drip, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it another team? I'm not too sure. But they are coming in strong into this match.
I need to be careful now, as according to what we're seeing on our side, at least on the chat. Apparently, they picked the wrong skills, so they need to be careful next
Hey,
time.
which one?
Go. I didn't want to pick the outrage. They want to do
Oh,
the hyper
that's
beam.
why. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it didn't make sense with like the comp that they were running. Like it would have been more like, synergy wise, the hyper beam. But they did a really good job of like adapting to that and play more frontlining to like, deny along with the mime and Snorlax to help them be able to rip more.
Yeah, they did a really good job at flanking just to get rid of Bloomer as fast as possible. Because that's
Yeah,
the weakness for the Decidueye, and that's exactly how you want to play him. And if there's ever a team that really knows how to play against the Decidueye, it's going to be Team Roqueto, considering Sickness is probably the best Decidueye that we have on our island, if not one of the best. So they do
yeah,
know how to deal with it.
exactly. Being really good at a mon helped you counter that mon. So I think something that a lot of players should do is learning a lot of various mons within their category, even like learning other mons that are not in their role would help a lot in like understanding their matchups individually as well as how it works in a team 5v5.
But now I'm going to talk to War Legion and Magikarp Clan. Magikarp Clan securing a victory on their own. The victory against EXP's Elite Force. Now War Legion actually trying to get onto the board, trying to secure that #1 spot on their division. With a 4-1, the only team to beat them has been Jungle Griefers.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the Junglers are definitely a solid team to go against.
It's going to be super interesting as we go into another Puerto Rico team fight. Both of them actually representing the island, trying to go in as much as possible. War Legion seem to be in a class of their own, but Malinaki, we are seeing a lot of teams locally giving them a run for their money as of late, trying to build up, trying to get that synergy in and run those compositions. War Legion's reign in
Yeah,
Puerto
that is
Rico could be
yeah,
ending if we continue to put on that pressure and continue to practice. So it's always good to have some additional competition.
for sure. Having good players to go against helps you develop your own skills.
Mm-hmm.
So I think always looking to face either teams at the same level as you or like even better than you help you, fix your small mistakes here and there, rotations, keeping track of ults and positioning, all those kind of things. When you face like a better team or the same team as you, you'll definitely see those mistakes more often being punished.
Go ahead and see what we have here. Just waiting on the captain's updates. Oh, they
Sounds
are
good.
here.
Oh, okay.
The Magikarp Clan is going to choose to ban out first. They should be ready to go as we're seeing the draft situations. Now, Urshifu, Dodrio, Clefable, and Delphox are going to be the bans from both sides.
Yeah, those are some good bans on both sides. These are like 4 mons are like that you would commonly see a lot in this meta. Each have their own impact that is definitely a threat in their own right.
Magikarp Clan securing the Mamoswine as their first pick. At least Malinaki, we do agree. I do prefer the Snorlax, and that is preferred by War Legion as well. Going for the second pick is going to be the Greedent. So a second Greedent this time. Rhino, what are your thoughts?
Squirrel! Let's go, baby!
That is surprising. Greedent second pick. They must have sort of like plan it in mind with the Greedent to get that value. And also, yeah, I agree. Snorlax is like a really good tank right now because of how like versatile it is. Either playing a more like peel kind of role in the backline or like a dive role, as well as just maintaining the front line. And is really good early game, and can also like jungle invade really well. It's just a really good mod in general.
I do like the Gardevoir as well as the Eldegoss picks here, because at least when you go up against the Delphox, it is pretty difficult for Gardevoir to actually hit those skill shots, especially if you're gonna run the dash onto the Delphox with the Mystical Fire. So the fact that they do realize that Delphox is banned actually gives them leeway to pick the Gardevoir.
Exactly. That's something that's good to like point out. I do like the Eldegoss as well. This is something you were mentioning earlier that something they would run as Eldegoss in jungle to help the jungler clear their farm quicker, as well as possibly get the
Yep.
red buff to pressure the lane.
Yeah.
So we might see that later on this match.
War Legion actually opting for the Glaceon, who's probably gonna jungle. Greedent is looking like an invader, and Snorlax is actually gonna be chilling on the top side. And we are seeing Mamoswine, Gardevoir, Eldegoss as we move into the second round of bans. The Pikachu is going to be banned on the side of War Legion Esports as Magikarp Clan goes into their final ban.
Pikachu. Okay. That
Feels like a
movement
target
was
ban.
sort of yeah, a target ban, because I normally wouldn't prioritize the Pikachu because of like this current meta with how much mons can just outrange and outpoke it.
And if you want Electrol, you could just run Mew.
Yeah, that is how it works. Mew's just that good.
Blissey being the final ban from Magikarp Clan side. They are determined to not give War Legion any type of sustain. Mr. Mime would be the only one with power swap available to actually get some healing done. As we're looking for Zoroark. That is one of Chunti's signature picks. We have been seeing him using it in solo queue, so it makes sense for Chunti to actually go for it.
Okay, yeah, I could see the Zoroark putting in work here to dive the Gardevoir, but it would be difficult if they have a good heals in the back line from Magikarp Clan.
They seem to be going balls to the wall with that composition as well, because Greedent is going to be in your face, Zoroark is going to be in your face, while the Glaceon is just going to start chipping you away. Trevenant. Huh.
Okay, that is a tank I haven't seen in a while being picked.
The tree on the side of Magikarp Clan. Interesting picks overall as we're going on to the final pick on their side too.
If the Trevenant can catch them off with, like, you know, the I don't know what it's, Horn Leech, I think, is the one that catches them out. If they can reliably, consistently do that, then they can get value. But the issue with Trevenant right now in this current meta is so many mons have like a lot of mobility, like Zoroark, Dodrio, Scyther, which is banned, but that's another one of those mons. Dragonflip's hard to catch, and then there's mons that just like Trevenant is very slow. Like, so can't really. Can be difficult.
Did you hear that? I heard something. No, I heard something else. Anyway, Greninja actually rounding up the composition for Magikarp Clan. That's going to be the second attacker. And they round up their composition with a Charizard. Huh. What do you think of this, Malonaki?
Charizard. Definitely not a mon I would have picked, like, as a priority. I mean, Charizard is a good counter to Greninja with its ult as well as the moves like Flare Blitz. I could see it going if it could get in the back line, it could definitely like burn the Gardevoir and definitely catch out the Greninja. So it's not the worst Pokemon to pick, but it's surprising to see being picked over other months.
Do keep in mind, folks, we did see the changes onto Charizard. The move does no longer ignore defense and special defense. I consider it to be one of the worst Pokemon in the game right now because you really need a lot of resources to actually get him going. And if you lose that level differential, you could be stuck in the Lucario situation where it doesn't really matter if you're even, they can already outscale you. And I don't feel like Charizard exactly is like a late game Pokemon either, right, Malonaki?
But the amount of like nerfs that is gotten, like, you know, as of lately, you can't even struggle, like, yeah, late game, as you said. Like, the best part of Charizard's kit is its ult, and like with the amount of nerfs that it's gotten, it is difficult to run.
We are going to move on ahead as soon as everybody gets going. We're seeing Duracula, Abito, Opaline, Aquashifu. One more left on the side of Magikarp Clan. And the core for the side, oh, there's Janjai, yeah. And the core on the side of War Legion is going to be a Chunti, Roy McBeef, GT, Skipsa, as we wait for their final player.
All right.
A lot of interesting picks. Trevenant, Charizard, Zoroark, Greedent, really good job so far. Rezia is going to be the last member on the side of War Legion as we're going to get into this main event of Friday night SmackDown in the Unite World Correlation League. Week number 6. It's going to be Melanaki on the mic with Chopper. I'm going to bring you some more commentary. Melanaki, now a little interview while we wait for those picks. How long have you been playing Unite competitively?
Well, I played the game like from the beginning, like when it first got released. But I think competitively, I just started like recently this year, where I helped form a team with the Dark Aura. So eventually I had my own team, Hunter x Hunter, that I played in like another league called Zapdos League. But then after we disbanded that, I joined the Dark Aura organization and made our own team.
And Dark Aura is really poised to make some noise onto the playoffs, as we are seeing right on the screen. Congratulations, Melanaki. You are the player of the week for last week. You were voted by the fans of the league. Just to make sure and go and follow on their handles, which is your Twitter right there on their side. So congratulations on that, Melanaki. You are the player of the week of 5 as we move into game number 1 between War Legion and Magikarp Clan.
Thank you.
Okay, so
what kind of items they're running into this.
So Rezia is actually the one that's going to run the Charizard, so I'm assuming it's going to be a jungle Chari. Either that or a Chunti's going to run it. But the build that they're going for is Muscle Band with Scope Lens.
This is like a build that I would run on my own Charizard way back when it was meta. So I can definitely see where they're going with this.
And the NG Amplifier too. That's an OG pick right there.
Yeah, energy just play off Charizard ult makes sense. You know, I could see the Zoroark going into jungle first rotation just to get to level 5, and then swap the Charizard back to jungle to get their 9. Something like that.
Interesting that also the Snorlax from Roy McBeef is going Rapid Fire Scarf. So they are going to go aggressive right at the early game too.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know Snorlax would run that. Maybe a Flailwax? That's a potential we might see.
He was going to go down. War Legion versus Magikarp Clan, game number 1.
Okay, yeah, so Charizard is going to jungle instead. And there's a... Oh, he missed the dash. There is a jungle invading Greedent going in. But the Eldegoss is there. Gossifleur is there to stop it.
Yeah, and Gossifleur, even though it is a support, it does act a little bit like an attacker at the beginning stages. But we are already seeing all the pressure that War Legion is putting in. The first stack's going to come in by Chunti. And that Snorlax is actually paying a lot of damage in. Janjai does manage to secure their buffs, trying to get rid of that pre-evolution of Greedent, and that's the first blood on Janjai.
Yeah, caught out there. Coming back from the jungle.
Slowly moving in, we are seeing another kill on the side of Magikarp Clan. The Rout's actually securing it onto the Snorlax. Charmeleon trying to get as much damage as it can as possible. We are seeing the Flamethrower actually being ran. So it's probably Flamethrower Fire Blast Charizard.
Yeah, that's what I imagine.
It's a 3
versus... It is
versus
possible with the Flare Blitz because of the Greninja, but most likely Fire Blast to do with the rest of their comp.
Just trying to get as much farm as possible. They are invading Janjai, and then it's 2 against 1. Janjai's doing whatever they can, but it's not going to be enough to secure pick on John Jai by Roy McBeef, and they are going to invade jungle Chunti, trying to get those buffs as fast as possible.
Yeah, well played by the Zoroark to just camp the jungle, wait for their Greninja to come back, and then just catch him off.
Margetier does not deter. We are seeing an invade on Chunti's side. Routes still being played. We're seeing 28 points on the side of Chunti, so a lot of points. Not going to be able to score anything unless they get those kills in. They do manage to secure the routes now. Durakura doing whatever it can to actually do that sustain. Piloswine actually going in from Aquashifu. Chunti runs away.
They eject one to try and catch him out. Doesn't get it.
Very aggressive play.
Damage.
It was very aggressive play too. Actually, trying to get that crowd control. Aquashifu moving forward, and Chunti trying to get some stacks in, but 30 Aeos energies could be pretty difficult for the Zoroark to get some stuff going, especially if you don't get those early stacks.
Yeah. Which a mon like Zoroark doesn't scale the best. Late game, definitely want to get those in as early as possible.
Yeah, the patch has not happened yet. John Jai really the evolution, saving his bacon. Aquashifu actually trying to move in, and they do secure the kill onto Chunti. Roy McBeef's trying to move into the jungle invasion as Abito is trying to defend, maybe? Trying to secure that red buff. And Roy McBeef actually moving in, and effectively we are seeing...
He gets it!
The Flail Snorlax. Oh, the stuns are going to come in. It's Yon, Flail, Snorlax. Abito getting a couple of hints in. Registeel is going to be secured by War Legion, and they managed to take care of the Trevenant. Eldegoss is going to go down. Good math on the side of War Legion too. 28 points. They're forced actually.
Yeah,
just because Glaceon had 28. So good on them for the recognition. In the meantime, we are seeing the Regieleki secure on their end. No, they don't manage to secure it.
Not in time.
It's a little bit better of an overdunk, but again, if you wanted to push that second score, as we're seeing Glaceon actually invading jungle one more time and actually getting rid of the Kirlia.
Yeah, War Legion like jungle invading, just keeping the jungler as low as possible.
Yeah, I try to move in as much as possible. Skit's actually using Bully Seed to get them away. 3 members of Magikarp clan doing the best they can to actually keep up, but the level differential is actually being quite noticeable this time around.
Okay, pressures the tree just a bit. 4 members top, and they're looking for a back cap, or are you looking for a back cap bottom?
Eldegoss is
not
alone.
making in time.
Eldegoss is low one more time. The recovery is going to be in there. John Jai not being able to secure the kill on Glaceon because Rezia was right there with a triple kill onto the Charizard.
Oh man, that is rough for Magikarp clan picking up the 3k there. And they also didn't defend the bottom goal in time, allowing them to back up. I think it was like 70 points at least from Charizard and Snorlax.
Second step for the bottom side, Reggie. We're seeing the instant replay right on the bottom of the screen. Charizard getting a lot of mileage out of that Unite move, and Chunti is one against the world. A lot of crowd control trying to get rid of them effectively. They does manage to actually get the Eldegoss, but to secure onto War Legion's side, another Registeel.
Zoroark stalling enough time for them just to rip it without much contest at all. And he also picks up a KO as well.
Full rotation from War Legion on the top side. We're trying to see if maybe Magikarp clan actually rotates, maybe with at least 1 member downward, but no, they actually choose to play this team fight. 4 minutes left on the clock, and we're seeing the team fight actually in. Chunti is trying to engage versus Opaline. And moving in as much as possible. We are seeing Unite moving in from left and right, and Rezia one more time. putting in the work, no amount of damage possible. This is the problem if you're running this comp. Trevenant doing the best that they can to actually get some stuff going, but we are seeing 40 points even. Not that good of math from the side of War Legion. Maybe put the greed in to actually score first before getting in that 40.
For sure. And like you said earlier at the pick and draft, so much dive coming in from War Legion. And the tanks are just not there in time to peel for the backline. Charger like burning, I believe, the Greninja as well as the Gardevoir. And with the Glaceon poke as well, it's just so difficult to try and like, stop the dive.
If Rezia knows to what to do, it is level up, because this is a level 14 Charizard in minute 3.
He's massive going into this Ray fight.
Which is exactly what you need. If you're going to play Charizard jungle, you got to make sure that you're always ahead. And the rotation is going to go in one more time. 2 seconds left for the Regirock. Regirock. Of course, Regirock. Of course.
I think Magikarp Clan doing a good job of like positioning early, it looks like, for the Ray fight, knowing that they can't really contest that Regirock bottom. Almost catching out the Zoroark, but he manages to get out.
Yeah, they're really doing a bait and punish game because they're taking their eyes off of the middle. Look at everybody on War Legion's side on the bottom. 3 seconds left. And this is 180 points right on the middle. What are they going to do? They can't do anything. That's 280 points.
Essentially makes it so Magikarp Clan have to go for Rayquaza, and even if they do, they still might not be able to come back from this game.
Yeah, beautiful macro play. Unite move used on everybody from the side of Magikarp Clan. Durakula doing their best to actually get rid of GT. They do manage to do it, but Unite move is actually going to come out by Rezia. Charizard ulti indeed. For McBeef putting in the pressure one more time. Everybody from Magikarp Clan on the side of theirs, except for the Gardevoir, is going to be pretty much just waiting to respawn.
It looks like the Gardevoir is like positioned there to look for like the possible snipe, but War Legion don't even have to go for Ray because there's so much ahead in points. They can just keep spawn camping these respawns from Magikarp Clan and just continue to like catch them out one by one, or just do their levels, just outpoke them and win those fights.
We group up one more time to Rakula, just in the middle of everybody. GT securing that kill, and we're going into another team fight. They do manage to take care of Chunti, but Yanjai trying to do the best that he can. Not quite going to be enough. 30 seconds left on the board. 616 points. A triple kill by GT.
As well as another team that is, yeah, this looks like all it is, it looks like it's over for Magikarp Clan. Not enough time to break Ray, and they're also scoring. It's like 300 at the end there, and they secure Ray.
Oh my god! Wow. This is a statement game. This is a statement game. Rayquaza is an objective to win the game. Nuh-uh. We're gonna backdoor you, and we're gonna score 280 points on you, and you're not gonna know what you're gonna do.
That Rayquaza was like a cherry on top. It was not needed, but they took it anyways.
Psychological warfare. Psychological warfare, Malonaki. All the damage that you can make to the opponents, whether it be physical or psyche.
It all counts towards the victory in the end. You know what's surprising is the Flailwax getting a lot of value. Going in, and they just couldn't punish it with how much like dive they have going in. Like there's just so much to deal with all at once.
Makes all the sense in the world, honestly. Especially when dealing against Magikarp Clan. The first weeks of play, Malonaki, Magikarp Clan was not missing a single Rayquaza 50-50. And they do know how to secure objectives, especially if they go into those situations. So it seems like the game plan that War Legion was going for this week is pretty much make sure that the Rayquaza play is non-existent and just affect other objectives around the map and just go for other plays. And it could be an adaptation towards the meta of Pokemon Unite overall, right? It could be something that they're just cooking up
Yeah,
to see, like a counter meta play.
I'm glad you mentioned that because some like EU teams I've seen in Unite Rebels a couple of weeks ago, they were running like a pretty much they had like 2 or 3 like War Legion had, just go in back cap and immediately regroup to either defend or essentially make it so they force the other team to have to go for Ray and make mistakes while they're trying to go for it. Just applies so much pressure on the other team if you can pull it off.
Really good overall as we're going into the draft phase of game number 2. With the first ban being on the side of Magikarp Clan is going to be the Urshifu.
And that makes sense. Standard ban, you'd want to get rid of a very strong mon, even after the nerfs. Wicked Blow Urshifu, and then you also have the option of running the water Urshifu.
Able Delphox, just sticking with the same bands. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Pretty much the philosophy that War Legion is going for in this draft.
Do you think there might be a possible Charizard ban, potentially? Because the Charizard last game got a lot of value.
Unless they have a strategy for jungle invading, it could be a possibility to actually ban it out. Maybe in the 3rd round, because they did pick it last, but Gardevoir is going to be the ban this time. As we're moving into the first pick from Magikarp Clan's side. Dodrio is going to be the first pick.
Dodrio, okay. Something that I think Magikarp Clan might want to prioritize here is some sort of like answer to dive. Something like a Slowbro, a Lax, or like a Blastoise. One of these 3 mons. Even, I mean, Eldegoss is pretty good, but like Eldegoss alone can't like stop a dive.
Yo, Crustle and Trevenant gonna be the picks for this time if they want to stop a Dodrio.
Okay, interesting. You say that. I believe some teams are running Crustle with Rock Tomb and Stealth Rocks to deal with Dodrio.
Interesting counterplay, and we are seeing Crustle actually slowly but surely increasing in priority as well, Malinaki. A couple of Asian teams on the championships have used Crustle.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting tech. I think like as a Dodrio player myself, I think it can work, but it's like very difficult. Like you have to be really good at like placing those Stealth Rocks and like predicting where the Dodrio is gonna be to deny the Dodrio engagements.
They're gonna try to get that Hoopa in. Really want to get those teleports in to try to secure as much objectives as they possibly can. And let's see how they're gonna round up their core.
Yeah, I like the Hoopa pick. Just getting Hoopa in general is just so good for your team. Rotations, map control, team fights, early game. It's just such a good mod.
Just waiting on that final pick on the side of Magikarp Clan. It's going to be the Mamoswine. Going to get a lot more crowd control in, but they need to get some defender to actually fight against the Trevenant and the Crustle. Eldegoss being the pick on War Legion's side.
Okay, I think this might be a tank and defender only comp that War Legion is running here. I'm not too sure, but we're gonna have to see. It is a possibility. Because there are a lot of more mons that you could prioritize here. Especially because of the fact that they already have a tank and support, which I doubt Magikarp Clan would want to get another one.
If there was ever a time to ban that Charizard, it is now, Malinaki.
Yeah, right now. If they do want to. Something that would be scary, I think, with Eldegoss and Trevenant support is a T-Tar would be pretty good to run alongside those mods. I could see Decidueye working well with like Crustle, you know, the walling them off and then allowing you to like secure those arrows, or even like walling them off and you can just Razor Leaf them so they can't just run away.
T-Tar. And they do not want to get into that late game comp, especially when dealing with the Tyranitar. Decidueye is going to be picked from the side of War Legion. You have a strong front line. You do have a heal for Eldegoss. Mr. Mime is still available, so it could be a Protected President comp, especially if you want to deal with that Spirit Shackle damage.
Oh yeah, you're right. They could run Mime power swap the Decidueye as well as like Zone. The confusions. I'm looking at their comp. I think something Magikarp Clan would want to have is some sort of like mage AoE damage, like a Mew. Even like Pikachu was banned. I was gonna say Glaceon would be good here as well. AoE damage, or like a Cinder to burn and like shred their front line.
Duraludon is going to be the pick from the side of Magikarp Clan. That works. Dojir is going to scoop him in. Duraludon is going to execute.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like they picked the Decidueye knowing they had the Dojo, so they must be confident in being able to like heal for the Dojo. Dragonite. Okay, so some sort of like flip comp potentially with the strat they're going for.
Yeah, and they did ban the Urshifu. So they really want that objective control with a little bit of team fighting, maybe. So they do want to go with Dojiro for the flanks and Mamoswine actually securing with Icicle Chards. And to just have Duraludon rip everything that's in its way. Aegislash to round out the composition for War Legion.
I do like that. Yeah. I like the Aegislash pick there. It deals with the Dojo pretty well if you can get on him. Just like having an Aegislash in the back line zones Dojo in a sense, because like one auto from the shield mode just stops all the speed gauge, and if you like stun him up, it also just catches him out.
Aegislash trying to be that counter. Crustle and Trevenant as well. If you can get some more AoE going, trying to set up those lobbies as much as possible.
I'm looking at the both comps here, and like one side is going for like a flip / team fighty kind of a win condition, while the other is running like a more pokey kind of comp, protecting the president, like you said, with the Decidueye. So both teams have their win conditions going, so I was gonna see how well each team can play them out. Can they set up with their route to get those flips, or does those other team just deny them with the poke and just secure the kills from there?
Magikarp Clan want to pull a Roketo and try to get that Rayquaza as much as possible. Duraludon is definitely the mon you want if you want to get those objectives and rip as much as possible.
Yeah, and like the Hoopa as well, zones and just gives so much like presence with that ulti. So it's looking good. Early game, War Legion is gonna struggle a bit. Aegislash to Decidueye and Crustle struggle a bit early game, not having the best moves until like level 6 or 7. And with the Hoopa rotations, they can definitely punish the early game and get a huge lead to begin with.
Folks, we're just waiting on everybody to be ready on the lobby so we can move on to game number 2 of this series. Just about to close out week number 6 and trying to move them up. Let's see. I'm waiting for the transitions on this. Okay, so the teams are still not quite ready yet, but we are about to start soon as possible. Now, Malonaki, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you like for game number 2, War Legion or Magikarp Clan?
Okay, so looking at the comps, like Magikarp Clan have a lot of good like mons in general. Like Dragonite, like you said, it's becoming more popular as this meta goes on, having that like ADC kind of all-rounder thing going for it, the poke and strong confirm. Dojo is just a menace, and majority of like the only comps that like really deal with Dojo is like if you have some solid like CC, which War Legion have, like the Dojio and possibly the Crustle, but it's gonna be difficult for them to pull it off. And just having Hoopa in general is so good. So I definitely favor Magikarp's clan comp over War Legions. So, but then again, War Legion have shown the mechanical skill in terms of the mons, and I think if they can pull off the poke game, they could bring it. They could definitely win this match. But for me, Magikarp clan with the mon that they have.
Very interesting take from one of the best players that we have on the Unite World Coronation League. Melanaki obviously choosing the Dodrio for the victory. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, the composition.
There's the favoritism there, yeah.
So yeah, the Aegislash is definitely a good pick on the side of Dodrio. In the meantime, while we wait, have you seen any type of the leaks that we are currently seeing? Like, there's quite a few mons that are coming in, be it Gudra, Lapras, Umbreon, Chandelure, Zacian.
Oh, see, I'm excited for Lapras. Like the ult to like, I think is it like only one person? I think I saw like a picture with like the whole team.
I saw the picture of all the team actually riding Lapras. I have no idea how that works.
Yeah, can you like imagine like
Oh
teams
my
just run
God.
like a full like sustain comp, just coming in with a Lapras? You can't really run away because Lapras is the ult is like the mobility on that. Just bring the whole team along with it.
You can go onto one objective and instead of going through the teleport with Hoopa, you can just run Lapras and just Lapras Express and just run it down to the other
Imagine
objective.
Hoopa along with Lapras. Hoopa ults the whole team to go to like back cap their main base or like a tier 2, and then since Lapras along with it, they ult Lapras and then they rotate back to the next objective.
Oh no.
Like the amount of like options that's available with that ult is just insane.
That sounds
the
horrible.
I can imagine what might be like. I think Lapras might be like a priority pick, but if there was like blind picks where both teams could pick the same mon, Lapras Wars, where like both Lapras either run away from each other or like like one team's running a poke comp and they have a Lapras just to run away from the sustain or dive comp.
Yeah.
Trying to like
Lapras just using Unite move like 50 times in the same game and just going for it, just running away.
Because both teams on their respective Lapras' team is back and just running away or trying to chase each other. Like that'd be hilarious.
Okay, we are seeing the teams actually set up this time. We're seeing almost all of them slowly making the rounds away. World Legion looks to be all set up, waiting for a couple of members of Magikarp Clan so we can get started onto game number 2.
Okay, almost there. I've heard like I think Gudra might struggle to get that level 8 is what I've been hearing.
Interesting. Yeah, because I've seen a lot of Gudra's kit seems to be like it's gonna be a really good mon. If you're running power Muddy Water, I've seen a lot of that. But Acid Spray and I don't remember what was the other move. But the passive is actually stupid, especially if you have Comfy. Because if you have like the slime on you and you go into a brush, it recovers your health. So if you already have that gooey with Gudra and then the Comfy decides to Unite move, you're going to get a lot more healing. And considering that the fact that Comfy is actually getting buffed in the next patch, there could be like cool compositions that we are seeing in the future too.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think teams like right now, it's like banned in UCS right now, but it was probably gonna be like unbanned for the next one. So teams are definitely experimenting to see what you can do on Comfy. And with the buffs coming in, like you said, I think people will definitely might even see it more often being prioritized over certain picks like Clefable.
We are definitely excited for Gudra and Lapras to join us, as well as Zacian, Umbreon, and Chandelure. But now we are more excited for game number 2 between War Legion and Magikarp Clan. Yanjai is going to rock the Dodrio, Duracula with the Duraludon, Opaline, going Mammo, Abito, Dragonite, Aquashifu with the Hoopa, Chunti, Decidueye, Rezia, Aegislash, GT, Eldegoss, Skipsa with the Trevenant, and Roy McBeef rocking the Crustle.
So, Frosto went the attack away, so it looks more like a offensive build.
The only defense that you're going to have is going to be the Focus Band. Confident in their abilities to actually tank everything possible.
I mean, Crystal is like Pokemon in general, so maybe they don't need that necessarily against their type of team. Like the Stealth Rocks and Rock Tomb could be really good against Duraludon.
We could be seeing X-Scissor, Roy McBeef too. X-Scissor Crustle.
Oh yeah, that hits like a truck, yeah. I could see that.
And it stuns you with every hit too. So that's another move that can actually counter Dodrio if you see him coming. If you know where to put it.
For sure.
Game number 2. Opaline and Duraludon. Well, Opaline or Swinub actually going on the bottom versus Trevenant and Gossifleur.
Seeing the Aegislash jungle and War Legion, I believe they're trying to help the Decidueye get the early attack quits. The Dodrio jungle as well on the Magikarp clan side.
Dratini Lane too on the side of Magikarp clan. Aquashifu doing the best that they can, and we are seeing the Rock Sexy come in by Roy McBeef.
Okay, that's exciting to see. We'll see how he uses it. There's a lot of potential with the Rock Tomb in their comp as well, with the Decidueye arrows and the Aegislash follow-up.
Everybody trying to set up level 3's engages now. Duo Blade by Rezia. 3 versus 3. Roy McBeef is actually trying to approach in. Now they're going to hit the Dratini. There is no stopping them right now. Altarius and Swablu's going to be played in right away. Now John Jai trying to go onto the bottom side, and that is beautiful counterplay as well, actually using the smoke.
Yeah.
To actually slow down the Dodrio. It's not really going to matter because Dual Blade is going to go down. And Dodrio actually trying to go around, trying to see if maybe they can get that Rowlet.
Rowlet, yeah.
Okay, the Drill Peck coming in. Rock Tomb? That's the Rock Tomb?
Yeah, I think
it's Rock Tomb. Yeah, it's Rock Tomb.
The jungle invade from Dodrio. Okay, I like this. Apply early pressure. But he does have the, he gets it, oh yeah. Not enough HP to spare.
We're actually gonna go in minute 8. Roy McBeef going down to the Dragonair.
They're out. I'm just like shredding the Crustle trying to come in. And they're also catching out the Dartrix, I believe. 1 HP? Yeah. Okay. That
really good counterplay. Oh my god. Oh, the Duo Blade gonna come in now. Each slash. Obito trying to run away as much as possible. The Focus Band and a double kill done by Rezia. It's a double. 21 and 3. Roy is gonna stack at least a little bit. 6 points, and now with the extra point as well, if he can get it. Now, meanwhile, Opaline a little bit of trouble. GT actually gonna go in, Drill Peck on the side of Yon Jai, and manage to take down the Eldegoss. But now Rezia trying to respond back as John Jai actually runs away. In the meantime, we're seeing on the top lane, Dragonair going down, and Roy McBeef is hitting like a truck, as we mentioned beforehand. Oh! Actually trying to get as much farm as possible. And Drill Pick on the side of Yon Jai, X-Scissor, Rock Tomb, and this gonna go down. Yes.
The Rock Tomb stun up just barely allowed them to kill that Dodrio. And not that they're so well played on them.
Yeah, Rezia taking care right there, and Duracula doing the best they can in 3v1 scenario, but it's not quite gonna be enough. Rezia with another kill. Yon Jai try to move forward. Gotta get an overlink of 10 on the bottom side. Another secured objective by War Legion. Gonna get the Regieleki. Aquashifu has to run away, but he does not enter the hyperspace portal because X-Scissor is broken on Crustle, and they continue to move on. Duracula going in, and a snipe. Oh my god. No.
No. I mean, it gets in, but
Oh no,
not
that's
much you can do there as a Decidueye.
no, that's a side duck play. I'm sorry, Yunjai. Actually using Drill Peck to push in the Regieleki in favor of War Legion. It seems to be a 6v4 on their side. They're actually trying to do the best that they can to defend. Yunjai seems to be going down now and actually opting.
The other guy's looking for blood here. Trying to get the kill on the Duraludon. Doesn't get it. I just want to say, Crosso's doing such a good job. He just died there, but he did a really good job of zoning this Hoopa majority of this match to help the Dash just get the Regieleki there, as well as just constantly putting pressure on the Duraludon with these rock teams.
Slowly but surely trying to get that pressure in. 261 points up to 44. Yeah, another one Swine is going to go down. Dodrio actually managing to get rid of the Trevenant. Orezia is right in the middle of everybody. We're seeing the Dragonite Unite move out of desperation, trying to get some damage in. But Chunti missing the Spirit Tackle. They need to be careful though. Oh, Hyper Beam almost trying to close it out.
Eldegoss comes in clutch to save him there. This Aegislash is a menace in their back line. Into their own flex zone to get kills, the double kill, and then still struggling to deal with it. Doing such a good job with like zoning their front line, as well as diving their back line.
They are managing to get a couple of picks in. Magikarp Clan is, and the level differential, while is a little marked on the side of War Legion, is not bad. We are seeing a couple of level 11s on the side of War Legion, level 12s on Aegislash and Crustle. The other team is actually 2 level 10s, 2 level 9s on level 11. A little behind. Let's see if they can actually get some stuff going. Rubber Beef is going to throw out the Unite move. They're trying to hit everything that they can. The Rock Tomb is going to secure 1, 2, 3, 2 members of Magikarp Clan, and everybody's trying to hit the Crustle so we can get rid of him. Oh my god, Crustle is immortal. It manages to go down. The Unite move by Chunti, trying to rip everybody apart. Yunjai doing this best, actually get some drill packs in, but is going to miss the mark. And trying to respawn. Ooh, manages to recover safely. But chooses not to go back. Actually leaving the Regieleki and Hoopa to fight alone for another day. And Eldegoss in supportal combat, managing to take out the Hoopa.
The Trevenant is deep into the Magikarp team, getting caught out, but still living surprisingly with those resets.
We managed to get 2.
And the Duraludon is caught out. Yeah. Well played on their part to recognize the Duraludon on their own.
7 points left. It's going to be a big overdunker to manage to get Aqua Shifu trying to go for those Icicle Charge. Manages to zone them away. No type of team fighting as of right now. Spirit Shackle going to come out by Chunti to get some damage in. I'm trying to zone them out as much as possible. 10 seconds left on the Reggie below.
I think Magikarp going to want to try and prioritize getting positioning right now here. Ignoring the Reggie bottom. And possibly look for a flip angle, but they do have to be careful of the Decidueye poke, as well as the pressure and zoning that this Crustle has been doing the whole game.
Rayquaza has appeared. The Reggie was Regirock, so more defense and special defense for War Legion. Aqua Shifu trying to get something going. Abitu has nowhere to go. He's gonna go down. All members of War Legion just hitting him across the face and into the wall. Look at that 4-man Unite.
Wow.
Spirit Shackle gonna come in, double kill for Rezia as he continues to put on that pressure. Dojo managed to secure against the Decidueye. They continue to go in. That's a double kill by Yunjai. Managing actually to get some stuff going. Aqua Shifu almost about to die effectively. Yunjai is going to go down too. Aqua Shifu doing whatever they can to actually defend this bottom zone.
Getting that early pick, and then I was thinking they're going to back up and get more positioning already, but instead they keep pressing forward and they get like, I think 3 or 4 picks right after, investing a couple ults. So they do want to keep it in mind as Magikarp Clan, I believe, have all their ults coming up to this team fight.
So trying to move in Trevenant, and now Opaline gonna go down again. Another double kill down by Rezia. Dracula trying to space out everybody, but every single member of Magikarp clan is going down one by one as War Legion continues to put on that pressure. 50 points on the side of Rezia. Is gonna score 100 if nobody stops him, but the hoop
There's
is
not
there.
enough time. Magikarp might have to like rush into the raid pit, but War Legion do such a good job of zoning them out of the raid pit and keep picking them off one by one. This looks like all but over.
15 seconds left on the clock. Time is ticking for Magikarp Clan and War Legion with a comfortable lead, and it is 5 seconds left on the board. Now, Yonjai trying to get at least a zone on their side, and they managed to get the lower zone, but that's just going to be a consolation prize.
Exactly.
As close only comes down in shoes. They do manage to get the zone, but War Legion gets the victory in a 2-0 versus Magikarp Clan.
That is a solid, demanding 2-0 from War Legion, doing such a good job with the Crustle zoning out, as well as catching out a lot of their players like the Dojo and Dragonite, and as well as the Duraludon a couple times. This is just doing such a good job of poking their whole team out, just putting so much pressure there. And then the Eldegoss did such a good job with the Eldegoss ults to keep their dive mons like Aegislash and Crustle up to continue the team fights going as they push their tier 2s.
Victory done by War Legion, cementing themselves as the #1 seed. Unless somebody down below can say something about it. Folks, it is my turn to leave this time around because this was the final game of week 6, but we're going to go back a little bit into week number 5 because there is still a set to be played, and it's going to be EXP's Elite Force versus Team Roqueto, and I'm going to move to their chat, so I will see y'all in the game.
Thank you very much, Chopper, for hanging out, chilling out. Mahal and Aki, if you want to, stick around, you definitely can. If not, it's okay. It's up to you. I'm definitely okay with either or, as we are going to go ahead and get into possible picks and bans here pretty soon. For the next matchup, you guys can go ahead and see the damage output from this dominant game by War Legion Esports. We're going to go into a quick highlights video here real quick as I'm getting this next game set up. So I'll see you guys here in a little bit, and yeah, we'll go. That's going to happen to you 100% as an Electro Ball takes down the side of that Bulbasaur, but they return the favor and take down that Colossal.
That's a sure hit, no skill required for that one. Just target, point, and click. Good job all the time. And Tech was struggling, especially at the beginning of the game, but the quad kill is exactly what the doctor ordered. As we're seeing another team fight actually going in, a couple of trampolines are going to be continuing to knock everybody up to the side. They kill the Cinderace, they kill the Garchomp.
It was absolutely amazing. Definitely done a lot of work. Solo probably going to go down here against Abito. Abito trying to work hard as a Blissey Unite comes through. Can they get the kill on Dispensa? And it looks like yes they do, as Gardevoir gets a double kill off of that.
And they are so good.
With their side shot.
A tremendous amount of zoning from that Clefable. He was able to go in, gravity, and all of our orange team is not able to really get effectively in on the objective, and they're able to secure it pretty handily. We're seeing here that this bottom objective only
Skunkle 69 with the secure on the Reggie Steel, which again, one of the best buffs you can get from the bot lane here. And it looks like they're going to be pushing this goal. Right now, Lucario going through the jungle, taking the jungle of Team Aura Esports. And they are pushing this goal very hard. It's 2v5.
But it just gets destroyed as Chunty's getting that huge Unite Blissey hold, and it gets everything. And there goes the Garchomp Unite as well, as they just cleaned up. Hashtag Team Drip for all 3 players that were up there.
You do a little.
Is zoning out the Dodrio. However, Bloomer cased into a corner, pinched between both sides of their team. Big ult from the Snorlax GT right there, but unfortunately it's not enough to keep him alive. Dark War is going to take this team fight here and take the Registeel. Registeel's
only a 4 break. I want to say it was only an overcap of 4 for all that work. All they had was an overcap of 4, and that is not good, as there is 1 kill, and then here goes another double kill by Dispensa. Stay again. He's like, I'm gonna fight you on your pad, and I'm gonna kill you, as I have Skinzo right behind him with my arrows, but he does go down as Reza comes in, and so does Roy McBee, as that is a 3-man down for the side of hashtag Team Drip.
Yeah, they seem to be sick and tired.
Team Unsung Heroes, and they just come out of nowhere and they wipe him. It looks like that E-Speed Lucario just absolutely doing huge damage here with a 3 KO streak. He's trying to go for the Penta. Can he get the Penta? No, the Elder God steals it from him. And they go ahead, and a ton of support here, but they are healing off of the base. They're going to go ahead and retreat a little bit while this top lane fight goes down for the Red Lucky. And a big gravity comes out from the Fable, stopping the Lucario E-Speed, but the Lucario uses its Unite move and takes out 2 right there. A huge KO.
As Crustle goes down, as the Mixed Mads got a double kill. Go ahead and follow them for a second, as we're going to go ahead and record that. It's not going to let me. Wonderful.
Piping too. Just securing everything that goes in their way. So when you have stored power and future sight, you're sacrificing a lot of the last hitting that Espeon is really good at, as we're seeing it right now, just securing every type of Pokemon and just
they're trying to do, like what they're trying to change. It's just, I don't really understand the pick, as Pikachu goes down, and I expect the Crustle to go down as well, as Mamoswine got a double kill.
Yeah, it's definitely important.
Okay, guys, thank you guys very much for hanging out, chilling out. And as we are getting into game number 1 from EXP Elite 4 versus Team Raketo, again, this is a makeup game from last week's series. And as you guys already see here, the bans have already come out. Clefable being banned on the side of Team Raketo, Mr. Mime and Decidueye being banned on the side of EXP Elite 4.
Surprisingly, mine being banned over other possible supports or tanks.
Yeah, I think they're opting to probably go for Blissey for themselves. If not, they're going to probably save Hoopa, as Urshifu is picked on the side of Team Raketo first, as they did earlier too against not War Legion. What's it called? Waste Potential.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there is a Hoopa as well as Slowbro available right now, and Slax. Yeah, those are some good ones.
Hoopa, Slowbro, and Blissey. Like, you could almost get all 3 as they get Eldegoss. I don't understand, LD.
I think they might be more like comfortable with like an Eldegoss pick over the other ones. It's probably the reasoning behind it. Allowing the Team Rocket to pick up Hoopa might be devastating in the long run.
Easily go Hoopa Blissey here. Easily. And be able to just stay on top of this Urshifu the entire way, and it's never gonna die.
Yeah, I think prioritizing the slow roll might have been more beneficial for them to deny the Urshifu. Sylveon
is getting picked. Interesting.
Sylveon is like a solid mon that a lot of top teams recently in like NA as well as EU have been like utilizing.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see the value from that.
It was definitely used in the UCS late last year when Adesu I think used it and close to going on the Worlds. Like I think he used it in the regionals, and then they still allowed him to have it in worlds. Well, there was no picks or no bans during that time too. So
Yeah, they were running like a very like early game comp. I remember that. Yeah, like Azumarill, Sylveon,
yep,
Hoopa.
he showed picks that nobody else really picked at all. As Mamoswine is being banned on the side of EXP Elite Four, and so is Tyranitar. Looks like the same comp for EXP Elite Four as of earlier.
Okay. Yeah, that makes you believe that they have like certain like picks that you're just more comfortable with.
Right. Slow, bro. We expected that.
Surprisingly, I guess to deny any possible dive that they might want to try to run.
Yeah, because they get a
I mean,
back-to-back
also,
pick here, so I mean, you could probably see the
yeah.
Machamp probably being picked again on the side of EXP Elite Four later on, which is
Oh yeah, yeah. So then,
what
so it
they've
makes
been
a lot of sense.
using.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense then.
Go ahead and get the.
Dragapult. Okay.
Well, didn't they use that? Oh yeah, they used that against
I believe. Yeah,
Waste
just
Potential
like
earlier.
yeah.
I don't think it
Okay,
was
yeah,
the same
that's right.
exact
Yeah.
comp. I think they played it. I don't think they played Hoopa. I think Hoopa was being picked on the side of Waste Potential
Yeah,
earlier. And there's the Machamp.
yeah. Okay. Machamp is pretty good. I think it just doesn't like beat anyone per se on the other team, but it's not bad. It will struggle a bit because of the Sylveon and Sustain as well as Slowbro just being there to
Right.
zone and peel it out.
100%.
And it's
I mean, with Elite Four not having like the Slowbro for this Dragapult, it's gonna be
or
interesting.
yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Like the Machamp and Snorlax have their work cut out to try and prevent or peel for this Urshifu, trying to stop them from securing objectives or just like ulting in their back line just to get a pick. EXP Elite Four definitely looking for more of like poke comp along with the Cinderace and Delphox to try and win it. While Team Rocketo going more so for a poke comp with Dragapult and Sylveon and the Urshifu confirm.
Right. I know the Urshifu can easily chase down the Cinderace. I don't know much more about Delphox.
Essentially, if Urshifu can land the ult on Delphox, it's dead. Like that ult is so good.
Okay. With
And like
max
the ult,
stacks, of course, probably, right?
no, what's wild is like before the patch, like Urshifu can like delete tanks. Like that's how good it was. I don't know how good. Like it's still really good. So I imagine with squishes you can still do the same thing. But the tanks probably not. Like Urshifu's ult also resets his Wicked Blow, so like he's guaranteed a Wicked Blow right after. So it's just
Gotcha.
you have to make sure to not let the Urshifu ult your carries.
Well, chat, we're going to go ahead and get into game number 1. Team Rocketo versus Elite Force. And again, you guys saw already the picks and bans, the way it has gone so far. And it's pretty much what we've seen earlier on today with EXP Elite Four. So with the side of Team Rocketo having the Hoopa this time, it's going to be interesting to see how they rotate this entire map.
Can definitely see an early 4-man lane push from the side of Team Rocketo with the Hoopa option. Potentially even getting like level 4 Hoopa before first Bs. And just 4-man or even 5-manning one lane.
It's going to be interesting, to say the least, because they've already kind of gone up against a team that was rotating consistently earlier today for XP Elite Four, so they might be ready for it. It's just going to depend. It's going to be a lot harder to defend because Hoopa can easily switch the tides for you, you know, on how quickly that rotation can be.
Rotations definitely something you have to watch out for.
As we saw earlier, Urshifu being top, but the Slowpoke being up there as well. Dragapult being into the
Seems
jungle.
like a standard.
But we have Machamp bottom instead of the Cinderace this time.
Okay, switching the Machamp from top to bottom. Might be more easier for it to stack those early attack rates.
Trying to set up this Urshifu early, it looks like, to try to get this level 4. Mordu taking that down as they get the collective farm that's in the middle.
Okay, both junglers rotating top.
Nothing special
We'll see if they
here.
look for the
Hoopa being down
bees.
bottom, so no rotation from Hoopa just yet.
Get Dragon Dance.
Dragapult gets a massive
Huge
I don't know what the
damage.
move is, but they take him down at least, but it's a trade, 1-for-1. Can they get some farm here? Lane Cinder just, you know, you have to be pressing throughout that entire way. Missed the tackle there, as that could have possibly went down. Gonna grab some points, it looks like, as Slowbro has finally turned into.
Okay, there it is. You're getting that strong early game power spike.
Both level 5 down bottom as well.
Yeah, definitely Team Rocket more in favor of like the early game power spikes for their mons.
That clear from Cygnus. As we're gonna get set up with for the 8-minute Suave losing Altarias. Huge punch.
Looking for a pick. Oh, it gets out.
Didn't get
Yeah,
the
we're
chase.
getting majority of that farm there.
Delphox just finally turned level 6, which is yikers.
Alright, it's
Like,
yeah,
Snorlax
for
got a
it.
counter. But all that's
For
already
the
been taken.
possible-
Cucadillo's coming back in the middle. We do have a fight down
Yeah.
bottom. Got out just barely as they
just
both almost went
barely,
down.
yeah. Fledge, Super Portal saved them from feeding there and overextending.
Yeah, portals are good. It's just I don't like the base healing. I wish that was back because then it will make I feel like portals would be so much better. I'm a big Trick person, so I like Trick.
Yeah, I like Trick
'Cause-
more.
Trick can heal your players as well. Yeah, it's a single heal, but at least it keeps them still in the fight.
Mm.
As we do have the
Wow.
rotation coming up top. Big rotation. Urshifu catches out the Cinder early. No engagement after that. Trying to bring out the rest of its team, saying Avengers assemble. As they get the Regieleki for free, but they did get the bottom. I believe it was not a Regiais. It's not Registeel. It's the
Regirock.
other one.
Yeah, Regirock. Surprisingly, you know, they
Registeel.
didn't
Yeah, it
pump
is
from
Registeel.
behind.
Regirock is the red circles.
Yeah, I think Team Rocket might have had some sort of miscommunication because there was definitely potential for the whole team to just come in time for that Reggie.
Yeah. The
Top
Bumblebee's still there. It's surviving, which is kind of weird on how they didn't just auto it as they left it just there. Now they're going to go ahead and take out this Regieleki.
These rotations from Hoopa have bearing fruit. As they get
Right down bottom as there is a massive one. Cocodrillo is just cleaning up with, I believe, what is that, Dragon Dance that's
Dragon
called?
Dance. Yeah. Dragon Dance with the resets mobility.
As Snorlax goes down, and I believe the Cinder could go down as well. No, it does not. As the ult
Hey,
from
the break?
Cocodrillo did go through. Big pickup by Rob's gonna try to take out. No, it gets
The
away.
portal.
The portal and the
Again.
sustain that Mordu can get is tremendous, but it can go down. It made the wrong move by coming back, and no, it's still gonna survive. It's
The
still
ult,
alive.
but he lives.
He lives. as the rest of the team for EXP Elite Force is gonna go down with a massive unite
Wow.
by the Hoopa. The Hoopa Unbound.
Hoopa just zones out and just keeps the
Looks like they're gonna
Slowbro
try to keep
alive.
pushing, but there is jump pad available for Elite Force, so I wouldn't try, as they are gonna go ahead and retreat and take down this Regirock for free.
Yeah, this is a nasty combo. The amount of like ADC burn and autos that Dragon Ball has enabled their Shifu, Wicked Blow confirm. EXP Elite Four definitely want to like come in early into the Ray later in this match, so not prevent that from just completely just ripping it off. Go down.
Right, absolutely. As we are gonna go ahead and get this fight up top. Justice using the Phantom Force, trying to go in, trying to knock them all away. It did separate. And that is a massive unite by the Delphox. Weird animation there, as it just made my screen go big.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that's
going
true.
around.
Dragon
Cross
Ball
trap
coming
trying to
in,
go
getting
through, but
reset.
whiffed.
Portal
Big
again,
escape
like
by the
so
portal,
much
and they're gonna
value.
get away, and this is gonna be massive damage now for Crocodile. Is just gonna go ahead and just possibly clean up with Dragon Dance. No, it's gonna start looking onto the Regieleki. Did an ult,
If
and the
Duke was
ult
there,
got the
and the
Dragon
whole
Ball
team-
just from the side, as it's gonna go ahead and start clearing the Regieleki, and the Regieleki does go down. Unite by Robs.
Oh, I just noticed my bad. It's Water Shifu.
Yes.
Regardless, it's so good.
I love Water Shifu. I loved it from the start, as that is a triple kill for Crocodilo.
Okay, yeah. Just the presence to just soak up all that damage in CC with Slowbro, and then the Water Shifu, and then along with the Dragon Ball to clean up to get those resets on the kills. And the
Yeah, it looks
Sylveon's
like
sustain as well. Like,
They're getting so much
synergy.
heal from this Hoopa, getting the massive resets. Like the portals are getting placed down so
And
low.
then with the resets, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. Along with the it's just so much sustain and
like
melt.
they put so much into the Slowbro, and then there's just a portal, and the Slowbro gets out, and now they're just all on cooldown, and just makes the rest of the team be able to go burr.
Yeah, it's
As
difficult.
they're
To,
gonna possibly get this Reggie still for free. Massive
That's
unite by
late.
late unite
Late
from
girl.
Chopper. Might be a big old oof, as the rest of the team is gonna go down
That's
from
from the mouth.
Crocodilo. There goes
One
one,
by
there
one.
goes two. 3 members
The
down,
drag
4
ball
members
doing
down now for the side
Oh
of
my
EXP. Fall 5 members
Four.
completely
The 4K.
destroyed. Dragapult with a quadra kill.
Like I said, they just one by one they kill them, and with each kill, Dragon Ball just resets that Dragon Dance. Just keep going.
And going and going and going as the Rayquaza just goes ahead and gets taken. I was focusing more on how the Sylveon was just surviving everything. There's a unite by the Slowbro. Also Draco. Mordu gets its shield taken away, but the rest of the team is able to put some hundo burgers, as it is 605 to 122. Don't know about the Cinderace lane is the issue, and then they just all get out for free, and there goes the Slowbro
Yeah.
almost would have got
This
one
is
off.
like one of the many reasons why like Hoopa is such a priority pick right now.
Yes, yeah, we're
Yeah,
back. We're back to what,
that's
season
value.
6, right? Is when
Yeah,
Hoopa came?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
But he's even stronger now because they buffed the portal, so like you
Yeah,
don't have to like.
The cooldown,
you
right?
don't- Yeah, exactly. So essentially, the way it works is you go into the portal, and the same cooldown to go into the portal as is the portal itself. So you don't have to worry about going into the portal and not being able to come back the next time.
605 to 122.
A demanding win from Team Raqueto. It seems
Yep.
like with 30.
That Hoopa was definitely a nuisance. Maybe they prioritize that ban going in, or try to prioritize the pick for themselves.
Exactly.
But it all comes down to comfort. Like that, I guess like that's the biggest issue when you have like one trick. I wouldn't say one trick ponies. It's more like just one tricks as far as like knowing how to play one Pokemon or 2 Pokemon, and that's just not in your Pokemon pool. But you definitely got to start, because it's going to be really good from here on out.
Yeah.
Time's up.
It was definitely a mon that you wanna pick up and be able to play for your team with just how much value you can get from it.
Game number 1 went to Team Rocketo. As we're going to see what Cocodrilo.
17 kills.
17 kills, 104k damage.
Resets after resets.
Jeez. The damage numbers from the side of Team Rocketo is massive. El Bodhi didn't really do much on that Urshi. I think it was more on this Dragapult. Cygnus down bottom with that Sylveon.
Yeah, it's really solid synergy.
I would definitely probably prioritize banning this Hoopa and Dragapult maybe, but it's you know, it's a big maybe with how many other bans there are.
I think like definitely Hoopa. That is like, if you cannot pick up Hoopa, you definitely don't want the other team to have that option.
Right.
Dragapult, there is like some like different counterplays you can deal with, like either running dive yourself, running a type of mon like Decidueye to outpoke it and outrange it, or like a mon that can like CC it to catch it off as you like jungle dancing, or you know, phantom forcing.
Right.
So there's much more counterplay, but like Hoopa, there isn't too much counterplay, and it just gets so much value. Like it's so good.
Yeah, I gotta see a Hoopa ban. Honestly, it sucks for me to see one of my favorite supports to be banned, but I'm a huge Hoopa fan. Yes, I'm a I mean, I know how to play both, but Trick is like one of my favorite ones to do. Especially in solo queue. I don't like portals in solo queue, but in a team fight,
yeah, most
portals
people don't use the portals.
Yeah, in teams, it's definitely portals.
Yeah. Okay, Clef. Yeah, solid band.
As we're going to go ahead and go into the picks and bans for game number 2, Clefable being first banned pick on Team Rocketo. And that is a definite target
That is
ban.
yeah. I mean, reasonably so. It's so much value. Okay, yeah, I like what I'm seeing from EXP Elite 4.
Yeah.
Prioritizing the bad.
Definitely called it. Definitely called it. Was not writing the script
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, well done on their part to understand that Hoopa is so strong and that Dragapult put so much work in last game. Dojo, okay.
It's interesting to see this Dodrio ban, due to I don't think Elite 4 plays Dodrio at all.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Yeah.
I kind of feel like they could prioritize a different one, unless they've been practicing it off stream, like off streams and stuff like that. That I've seen.
That is possible. Yeah.
So, but against you, absolutely. Which is amazing that I keep seeing it go through.
Yeah, exactly. If you know, like one of the players can play Dojo, you definitely want to like prioritize banning it. It's such a good mon.
Yes.
And it can adapt to a lot of different comps.
Wigglytuff, #1 pick on the side of EXP Elite 4.
Okay, denying the possible dive that they might run.
Yeah, Wigglytuff, Sylveon, Urshifu being still picked on the side of Team Rocketo.
I mean,
I don't know about that #1 pick Wigglytuff. Like, I think Blissey is probably your best bet when that is a healer. Like, now they have a Mr. Mime.
Or like Slowbro. Did they see their Shiva run the Slowbro?
Mr. Mime Cinder. Yeah. I would. Yeah. I mean, I think picks and bans is what some of these teams kind of fall down on. Gardevoir being prioritized on the side of EXP Elite 4.
I can see it putting work. Yeah, Gardevoir is pretty good. Definitely like the lesser version of Delphox at the moment, but if you can't play the Delphox, then Gardevoir's the next bet. We're doing a similar thing.
Mamoswine being banned. Good ban, I would say, more or less, because I mean it could get picked up on the Team Rocket, though. They are looking for a tank in the front line, and that's a good one to set up for the Urshifu.
I'm surprised they didn't ban the Slowbro because of how much a pain the Slowbro was. The last game, just constantly soaking up all that damage and CC, only to be, Hooper Portal back to full HP.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have the Hoopa here,
But you
but
can
they do
still
have
power swap
Dive.
the Slowbro.
Yeah, exactly.
Sucks being banned on the side of Team Raketo. Elite Four, I would definitely just take Slowbro here, and they okay. They have it might have been a misclick. Okay, they end up opting to go with the Dragonite. It was
I
definitely
could
just a
definitely
misclick.
understand. I can see why they wouldn't run Slowbro only because they don't want to engage into They already have the Gardevoir, which Gardevoir does a good job of like poking out Slowbro and like zoning it with the amount of damage it can provide. But even then, just denying Slowbro, which is a really good mon in general, I think would help.
Yeah. If I was Team Raketo, I would take Slowbro here. Honestly.
Even the Dragonite, yeah, I think it would. Even like Sylveon's not a bad mon to like use Slowbro ult and just zone them
use
out.
Slowbro ult Sylveon. It's stuck now, and all that sustain it can go away. Yeah, that's 100% okay with this pick. Going into the next pick, you're kind of missing a laner. I'd almost go Umbreon. You can go Umbreon just in case this Dragonite is a Dragon Rush, or what is it called?
Outrage.
Outrage.
Yeah.
You could go Espeon just to kind of take away
Mew
that tankiness.
Like Mew is on the table here.
Mew is definitely on the table. Yeah, I just don't know if Team Raketo can play Mew.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Espeon is not bad to deny the Dragonite, but it does get outranged by Gardevoir, so I might struggle a bit.
Right.
Decidueye is not a bad pick, honestly. Like, the double ADC isn't bad at all. Decidueye outranges the Gardevoir, and the double ADC just melts stuff.
I would almost just take Blissey here. You can use Mime as your attacker, or Slowbro as your attacker, and just take Blissey, and then now this Urshifu just never dies.
That is true, having that pocket Blissey for the dive.
And they have opted to actually take Mew here, so you called it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. The surprising is like it was like picked last.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
almost
exactly.
last.
I still probably, like I said, I probably would have took Blissey. It would have been a protect a president type deal, and that just would have 100% helped this Urshifu carry the entire game.
Yeah, it definitely worked.
Because it would have helped out the Cinderace as well, like just being able to get away from the Wigglytuff Sing or the Crustle, like. I mean, either pick would have been great.
I think Team Raketo recognizes that EXP Elite Four either aren't comfortable with Mew or did none of their players play it, so they just waited till the very end to pick it.
Yeah,
like, it is definitely a mod you want to prioritize like early on.
Yeah, definitely against the tougher teams, and not the tougher teams, but the other teams that are out there.
Yeah. He was definitely, I think, the best, most versatile attacker in the game with so many, different ways you can play it and get value from it. Crustle, surprising.
Yeah, the Crustle pick is definitely surprising. They've been PR Puerto Rico has been really prioritizing that Crustle pick, and I'm kind of like.
It's gonna be difficult to run because they have like Cinderace and Mew, so like they can just kite the Crustle and just poke from far.
Yeah, I mean you can lock down the Mew with
that is true.
Rock Tomb.
It's gonna be difficult. You have to like.
You can also you can also Rock Tomb the Urshifu, but I think it could dodge out of it, right? Is it far enough dodge?
If they go like was it Dark Urshifu, you can just throw trap through it. The Water Urshifu, he has to use like the last dash to like go through the wall.
Okay.
So definitely better for Water Urshifu. I could see like a combo going with like a Crustle, Rock Tomb into like Gardevoir's cooldowns. just trap them there, which could be a huge value. It's not the worst pick, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
As we are getting into game number 2, Team Rocketo versus Elite Force. We are seeing Mew and Crustle again. Wigglytuff, as we haven't seen it in a while, since I think week 1 and 2. I think after the buffs, or after Slowbro been kind of coming in, Wigglytuff has kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, Wigglytuff, and then Clefable buffs as well. Just like makes it Wigglytuff not the most prioritized support to pick.
Yeah, I really want to see this Crustle pop off. I think it has to in this matchup. You have a lot of range possibly between this Gardevoir and Dragonite. If Dragonite isn't the rush, it's just you got to, and I will say you have to, really.
Communicate and like time those
hyper beams.
Also, Urshifu full heal, so I imagine they're gonna go water Urshifu.
Oh yeah, I mean full heal while you're in the Rock Tomb is definitely gonna probably help out too, to be honest. So I'd expect it.
Yeah.
I really like what who started this? The EXP in the jungle.
I don't know who started it, but I know like a couple like top teams like Talibubu, Nouns, Esports, Ascended, and like these kind of strats. Helps queue for the jungle invade as well as help clear the farm quicker.
I like it. I really want to start seeing them bring both of the farms together. Yeah, they kind of like walk back, but I'm pretty sure you both can like take it together at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
kind of like bring that ball toy up towards like the blue buff, and then the blue buff kind of bring it towards down a little bit, and then you can kind of
optimize it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and have a faster clear in that end. Nice stun. Almost got that Cinderace. Big water gun coming from Cocodrilo. Oh, we have some role changes actually. Cygnus in the jungle, Cocodrilo being on the Slowbro, which is really good. I like the change and the optimize of where you guys can be at. Big Psyshocks coming through. I'm a big fan of the Psyshocks, as we are having a fight down bottom as well.
Is that the potential Gardevoir jungle invade?
Yes, it is actually. We will go to that right now. As did it get the blue buff?
I think it's backing up. I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah, it looks like he did.
Yeah, if it doesn't respawn, yeah, it definitely got it. As Urshifu's trying to come in and possibly take. Ooh, got the knock up, gets the XP away. Is it going to be able to kite it? Yes, it will, but the rest of the team is starting to come in as Robs is going to possibly take this for himself. No, it doesn't, but can Boaty go down or get away from alive? Robs goes down. Mordu's trying to look for a pick. It's going to get an Electro Ball. Yes, it does. But Robs is going to get another pick here, and that's going to be major XP now. Level 7 Dragonite at 740.
That is huge.
Oh,
back and
does
forth.
it go down? No, it doesn't. Slapper is coming out from the wigs.
Yeah, we'll play
it. Yes, it does go down, and that's massive XP going towards Justice now, as it is level 6 and possibly level 7. Good stun. Lets the Urshifu get it, but does it go down? No, it gets away. Galactic a little too late towards that rotation. Galactic is level 7. The power spike doesn't really hit until level 8, so they gotta start farming up here. Good there. Doesn't secure it. Massive solar beam from Mordu.
Yeah, so much pressure from the Mime and Mew confirm, making it very difficult for the Gardevoir to get that level 8.
4 members of Team Rocketo down bottom as Slowbro is by themselves up top. Looks like they're going to go ahead and possibly get this Registeel for themselves. Kind of a whiff from that.
I think it was like flick back.
Solar Beam.
They just deleted.
Huge Unite from the Mew. Goes ahead and hides everybody. I believe the Cinderace united as well. Yes, it did. As they're going to go ahead and take top for themselves.
I like it.
And they get this push in is the issue. Trying to do whatever it can possible. They get picked off here. Chopper trying to look for a little cheeky.
They're trying to push it in, but their whole team is.
I don't think they're going to be able to with all 5 members close to up there, as they are missing their Gardevoir and their Dragonite. It does go down, so good defend by Team Rocketo.
EXP Leaf are doing a good job of just like taking advantage of the fact that the Reggie's just pushing in, so they're just farming up their jungle and coming back to regroup.
That is a Dragon Rush, by the way.
Outrage, okay.
Outrage, yeah, my bad. I call it Dragon Rush, I don't know why.
It looks like it. I can see it. Okay, I can see it working because diving the back line and just stunning the Mew.
Yeah. As it looks like up top, we had a trade out between both members of the Guardy, taking up the Urshifu and the Cinderace, as there's just fights everywhere. Sylveon goes down. Over kind of extended, I believe. Also united.
Wow.
Taking that for himself.
Recognizing the opportunity there and just taking it. That is something you definitely want to watch out for.
Knowing when that cooldown is up. 2 seconds left for another Registeel. Unfortunate.
They're just gonna. Is the Gardevoir we did the back
Gonna
up?
break this. Nope, Morty
He's coming
backed
in.
off. Misses the serve. Got it just entirely. Is it gonna get away? No, it doesn't. But that is a break. But it is an even break. As Dragon Rush is gonna go ahead and start. Or track and test.
Later on. Breaking that goal early allows them to not be able to just kite back to the goal later on for the Ray fight, so
Yeah.
will help.
And use that to rush back up third lane. So massive unite by Slowbro. Huge slower beam by Mordu, but does whiff. Guardy's looking to get the steal. Does not. I guess Psyshock was on a cooldown.
Yeah, almost gets the cure.
Yes.
Gets the kill on the Cinder, but almost gets the cure.
Does get the kill on the Cinder,
Oh.
but the Cinder now
There's a
gets to
Raccoon.
go and farm. Unite by the Crustle. That is a late Unite. Don't know if it's going to get it back by the time the Rayquaza comes up. Good defend by EXP Elite.
There's a decent amount of farm. It could get it back, but it has to prioritize it right now. Just farm.
Gotta farm. There's a lot of farm on the map, but a lot of farm down bottom as well. Dragonite's still level 11. Guardy is still level 12. There is a lot of farm on the map, and they are just not prioritizing it.
They're coming just now. Yeah.
I think they're doing the farm for the Sylveon. Yes, I think it needs to be what, level 12 or 13. But I believe this Dragonite needs it more.
Yeah. Let's see.
Looks like they're trying to just stall out here. 23 seconds left for the Rayquaza, as all members are starting to rotating down bottom when there is an objective up down bottom. Another Registeel.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
They could definitely rip this
Sylveon's here. It does not have Unite. They are looking to try to get it, and they are there, but they do not get it. As Dragonite ults in, gets a massive stun Unite from the Mr. Mime, and everybody seems like they are just alive right now.
Well played. Yeah, well played on the Mime to prevent the Dragonite from getting like 2 or 3 there.
Yes. Because I believe the Cinderace and the Mew both would have probably went down.
Yeah. Good job on EXP share. EXP Elite Force.
179 to 182. We are in game
Right.
number 2 from EXP Elite Force team. Ragato Rayquaza is up and running. They are in the back line, and they are just taking them down as Wigglytuff and Dragonite go down. Two
Back
picks
cap,
from the side of Team
get it.
Rocketo, and they're going to go ahead and rip in this Rayquaza. Ooh, this looks like it's an
sustain
overextend
and the
here.
popcorn.
Huge Unite by the Urshifu. Can it get away? They do get it as a
Turn
Unite from the Cinderace goes ahead and secures.
Yeah, there isn't too much time for EQ
Takes the
before
shield
next
away.
start come back.
From Cygnus.
Gets to 100,
Oh,
200.
just barely missed out on that Unite.
300.
Couple seconds beforehand, it probably would have got it. As some hundos are going in, it is 482 to 309.
You feel it? It's it in.
Yeah, they traded scores. Wigglytuff and Crustle went and scored. 582 now to 309. They need a couple another hundreds. They need to start pushing and grouping up here. As Galactic is trying to push off this Slowbro. Dragonite's kind of coming in. Wigglytuff goes down, and I believe Crustle goes down as well. There's the Dragon. Dragonite going in, as that is a double kill for Mordu. Game number 2 goes to the side of Team Rocketo. Rocketo with a dominant win again for the day. Back-to-back wins for the same day. Definitely practicing. Team Rocketo is.
Yeah,
They
dominant.
were
wins from them.
0-3, and they've bounced back to now, I think, 4 and no, they were 0-2, and they've backed. They've gotten on a 4-game win streak now.
So well played in their part to finish that game off, securing with the Cinder Assault.
The damage from Cygnus and Crocodile. Again, the Urshifu really not outputting a whole lot of damage, but I know it is offlaning a lot too. So, just catching up those levels.
Yeah, it also is difficult to like dive the back left when they have the Wigglytuff.
I want to say
As
the
well as-
Dragonite pick really was different for me. I feel like, again, they missed out on the Slowbro, or possibly a Blissey to help out. This Dragonite has Blissey was available. Could have probably pocketed this
Yeah.
Dragonite if you're especially going the Dragon Rush.
Yeah, having the Blissey to help it go into the back left would have helped a lot.
Wiggly didn't seem like it did as much as being a top number 1 pick. So there's that too as well.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's a mon that we're comfortable playing with rather than prioritizing the more stronger supports available.
Thank you very much for EXP Gaming for that follow. GG's to everybody as well. As I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight to everybody. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with the Pokemon Unite Coronation League. Had some wonderful casters join us today, as well as Malinaki and Chopper definitely helped us out today. Malinaki, you have any final words?
Thank you for having me. It was a blast casting these games, and I will play to all teams. And a lot of good games tonight. Watching it from the cast perspective.
Yeah, it's definitely different, and as you get to see and you know get that analysis going in through all the games as well, it's a lot of fun. I love this being the seating. If I was a player, I'd be like pissed at the casters because like you're giving away all of our secrets type deal. But that's the joys of being able to cast a lot of these games and see what teams are doing differently, especially in picks and bans. So it's interesting, very, very interesting to say the least. Again, with that said, thank you guys very much for hanging out. I am Rhino Gaming. That was Malinaki, And I will see you guys on the flip side. Deuces. That's gonna happen to